this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are to in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Maybe when it's real life. In the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, you were stuck, it was hard to see. And that's when a spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was like
Finally tired of all the standby. Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try. Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes.
And I'm finally tired of all the standing by.
Never said that I was perfect, but I'm willing to try.
Let me show you what I'm made of. I am so much more than my mistakes.
Dude, it's all good. I feel refreshed, man. You know, water breaks are so necessary.
How about you give us an introduction and tell us what we have to look forward to today?
Dude, if you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
A banana? Alright, so Ruggles, if you could relate yourself or your project, whichever one you want to go with, to a fruit, which fruit would it be and why?
Okay, I'll go with the Eagle Burst and banana.
Why
Okay,
banana, bro?
Because every time I speak with Edge One, it feels like I'm feeling one more piece of that banana, and it keeps getting better and better.
That sounds so
That
wrong.
project is awesome. So every time you think you know it, you know everything about it, it just surprises you.
You're the kind of guy. You're the kind of guy that if you were sat in the same room, you'd be eating a banana and maintaining aggressive eye contact. That's the kind of
Forcing the entire thing into his mouth at once.
Yeah.
I think the thing that we'll focus on this week is making sure that you stretch.
I don't know. I reckon a coconut, a green one.
a green coconut. Okay, we've had coconut before, but not a green one. Why?
I don't know, you got to go through the hard stuff before you can get to the good stuff. So
yeah, thanks for asking. I think I would say probably a mango is like a fruit that you think is like pretty good, but when you actually bite into it, you're like, oh, this is delicious and amazing. Because like I'm all about trying to make things fun, make things enjoyable, and maybe a little bit surprising. Like, you know, your own mentality can make such a big difference in your life, your positivity and stuff. And I really, really enjoy being in spaces with all the people here, the other spaces that I've been in, and learning from everybody. So I get really excited, and I hope other people do too.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Crypto Lamb Show today. We have some awesome lineups for you today. We have, of course, LeGoat. You've come to watch Crypto Lamb to see a goat today, and he's going to be talking to us about VSN, Vibestream Network, and One Wallet as well, which is going to be really, really, really cool. And then in a couple of hours from now at 16:30 UTC, we're going to have David Gokhshtein from Gokhshtein Media as well. So make sure that you stick around for that. But without further ado, let me go ahead and unmute the Discords and see if the guys are ready to talk to us. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Hello, LeGoat. How are you doing, dude?
Oh man, I'm doing pretty well this morning. It's a nice day so far. Pretty quiet, so just on a little walk. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. I was actually catching out your some of your stream earlier. You had a guy on there, God Cloud, I think his name was.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah, man, just watching you guys sit there and vibe and start creating. That was it was a really wicked show. I'm absolutely loving your stuff at the moment. You know, when I'm kind of finished with this and having a bit of downtime, VSN's really the kind of place to chill out with. I think. Hello, Priest over there. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. It's back to school time here in the States, so there's buses now, and our garbage now comes later in the day to get picked up. So I had to do a little hiding around the corner to make sure the recycling truck, when I picked up everything, wasn't making noise for you guys. Just funny to see how life changes, right? We've been doing the podcast every day. I go out on a walk at the same time every day, and now there's garbage trucks. I'm like, dude, I've been doing this for a long time. I have not seen a garbage truck once. What is this?
Well, it's very thoughtful of you to think of us that way. I really, really, really appreciate that. But it's nice to hear the birds as well. Have you still got all the birds in the garden?
Yes, there are still like 60 birds chilling in the two trees next to the house, and it's actually like 75 degrees and a little breezy, like 5-mile-an-hour winds or so. So like it is probably like the epitome of a beautiful morning. You know what I mean? When you wake up, you're like, oh, today's gonna be a good day. It's not super humid. It's not super hot. The world's not on fire right now. Well, right here anyway. So I'll take it. How's everything over there, man? On the other side of the world.
Well, over this way, I went to my brother-in-law and sister's wedding anniversary last night. That was cool. Lots of laughs to be had. Good food. We had a pig roast, and some other stuff that went on that may or may not have involved certain types of mushrooms, which was interesting.
Well, good, man.
So yeah, no, it was good fun. It was good fun. And actually, the guy that I mentioned, my brother-in-law, he's actually on the show on the 2nd, Keith Waring.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's right. You've been talking about him. That's awesome.
Yeah. So very interesting guy. But we'll get to him another time. Today is all about the LeGoat coming on
all of the projects he does.
And all of the projects. Yeah, man.
100 things.
Talk about having your fingers in a lot of pies, man. Like, where do we start? Do we start with VSN, or do we start with Wonder Wallet? Where do you want to start, man? I mean, well, in fact, let's do this properly. Tell everybody who you are, and what you do, and tell us a bit about yourself, man.
Cool. So, I'm LeGoat. Been, in the crypto space, I would say, for closer to 2 years now, but I've been in the music industry for 10 plus. Artist, producer, engineer myself, then basically got a degree in communication, a couple marketing positions at Web2 tech startups, and finally went full time into crypto last year in about October. Worked as a mod in a couple different Harmony projects, and then decided to bounce and really focus on my own. And that's where I got to VSN, kind of an extension of this music tech startup that I helped found prior to getting into crypto called Beat of the Week, that has since been deceased due to the leaders not really knowing what they're doing or listening to me. I mean, I'm just going to say it just because they didn't listen, but
it's okay.
No, be honest. At the end of the day, it's better to be honest. I mean, obviously, it's not like you're doing it to be sensational or anything, right? It's it's just the truth.
Yeah, I helped grow this company from 30 users, where I was one of the 30, and I told them, hey, they were giving away $500 every week to the best verse, and I was like, I can keep taking your $500 every week, or you can hire me to bring people on. And I grew it to 300,000 international users, and we had a huge user base in Latin America and Africa, parts of Europe, obviously America as well. But they decided, instead of giving me a budget, to hire a marketing team in the Middle East to market to the Middle East.
Wow.
So that was the downfall there.
So, do you think the downfall was the lack of recognition of the talent within, or do you think it was a chance gamble, more to speak, to growing into a market that they weren't in specifically? And like, I guess my real question there is, did they like not pay you anymore and just like, yeah, nah, whatever, good, thanks, bro, good luck, and like, did they maybe have personal connections to the marketing firm in the Middle East? Is my secondary question there.
So no, they didn't have personal connections, which was the frustrating part. But it wasn't that they paid me any less. It's just that they didn't give me the support and the resources to actually accomplish the things that they were paying me to do. And that becomes a huge problem. It causes a bunch of resentment. And really, at the end of the day, my huge thing is about community. Building communities, engaging communities. I think I take a two-pronged approach. There's recruitment, you recruit people into your community, and then there's retention. You have to do things to keep people in your community, or else they're not going to stay there forever. If you only focus on bringing people in, they're going to go right out the back door. And they didn't want to hear about any of the retention stuff. So,
It's always frustrating when you know what needs to be done or a direction that it needs to take, and everybody just like, nah, we're gonna go and do this obscure way. It's frustrating, man.
Yeah,
but that's like the same thing with local businesses, right? Like, there's a reason why all your local businesses, not all of them are successful, even if they have like the best stuff. Because sometimes the people at the top are not making good decisions because they're not willing to share accountability and ownership, right? Like, that's exactly what Goat's asking for. He's like, I just wanted to feel like I was in charge of the thing I was supposed to be in charge of, and I was empowered to do that. And like, he felt like he was undermined, right? Like, that's I'm putting words in your mouth there. I apologize, but I feel like that's what you're trying to say to us is like, if you would have been empowered, you'd probably still be there.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an element of it. But again, like, they just didn't know what to do with their community or appreciate the people that were contributing to the app every single week. And so if you don't care about your users and you just want more users and you don't care about the ones that are already there that made you where you are today, there's no way that's a scalable model at the end of everything. So basically, what I started doing is partnering that company with radio stations and publishing companies, and basically forging my own connections through this company, using it as an excuse to kind of get into different doors and partner with people. Eventually finding my mentor and business partner, DJ Journey, who was working at a radio station. I mean, if you guys haven't heard this story, it's pretty funny and serendipitous, but I had partnered with this radio station called Dash Radio to essentially put up a guest judge to pick a winner out of the best verse each week. And Journey was the guest that week, and I had incognito mode slipped my own verse into the running for this competition, and he ended up choosing me as the winner. And so we got to talking afterwards, and he's like, you know what? Let's collaborate, but screw all that. Like, I'm just going to send you beats and you send something back. That's antiquated. Let's hop on Twitch and we're going to make something together live. I was like, okay, sounds good. And then we did. And he said, let's do this every single week after. And we just started basically engaging all of the community members and creating programming for those people to get them associated with our brand prior to the ship sinking there. So we really have this awesome community of like 300,000 users that are kind of just waiting to be activated once there's something for them to be doing each week.
So I've just gone ahead and put the Vibestream Network YouTube channel in the chat. Tell people to go and subscribe to your channel over there. I'm becoming more and more addicted to it, especially when watching you and Journey and anybody else that you've got on, just kind of working together and vibing. I mean, that's why it's called Vibestream Network, right? You're just vibing together and you're creating, you're just creating music. You're doing your thing, and it's like, I absolutely love watching that. You know how you get like the beatboxers out there that go on stage and then they just start kind of mixing live and start putting stuff together? I love that stuff. Like watching an artist create his art or her art on the stage live. There's something a little bit more special about that, I think, because you're seeing that person's mind be poured out onto a canvas almost. So yeah, I think you guys have got something really magical going on, and it's something that needs to grow exponentially. And I think you're the right personality to make that happen. So I've got absolutely zero doubt in my mind that VSN is going to be absolutely mahoosive in the near future. Man.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, I have a helicopter.
You have a helicopter and you're apologizing for it?
The Bond villain.
Right?
No. So I live around the capital of the United States, and there's tons of helicopter traffic where we live because there's a bunch of military bases around where we are. So I apologize. There's just sometimes nothing you can do. What I wanted to say was, like, you shared in one of your streams about how Journey's beats were something that like drew you into that relationship. Could you kind of go into that a little bit? Because I feel like you might have glossed over that. And for me, that was one of the things that kind of was like, oh shit. And I'm honestly, I made my wife start listening to the network because she enjoys that aspect too. So if you can do that for me, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. So for me, what kind of had me a little bit starstruck about Journey was at the time he had like a radio segment where it was like 2 hours, multiple days a week, and he was playing all original music each day, the full 2 hours, and no repeats at all. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, how massive must his catalog be for there to be no repeats and have it all be really, really dope music that honestly was different genres as well. It was one of those things where when we first started talking, he was like, so you like to write? And I'm like, yeah. And I showed him, I have notebooks and notebooks and notebooks full of lyrics. And he was like, okay, well, here you go. And he just sent me a Dropbox with like 1,000 beats in it. Was like, you don't need to write anything new. Just put all your old stuff into my old beats and let's drop some albums. So that was like, he's always been somebody who's kept me real humble. He's worked with some of the biggest people in this industry, like Public Enemy, Questlove, D-Nice. He's had residencies. He fought for the DMCA copyright laws in DC. He was on the board of the Grammys. So I still get a little starstruck, and he stays very, very humble. Doesn't like to talk about his accomplishments, but it's somebody I really look up to and kind of listen when he's talking.
It's really cool. Like, we might have Journey coming on the show possibly at some point today as well, which would be really, really cool. Sorry, I spoke over you there, Priest. What were you going to say, dude?
No, you're good. It's completely understandable. What I was going to say is, when you partner with Journey, you said you guys were talking about dropping albums. Do you guys have any albums that are out there that I could be like listening to on Spotify that I am currently not doing?
So the short answer is no. Just because when we started creating this music, right, so what we were doing was we already did a full season or two of programming where we had guests come on and we were making beats, as you've seen, and then utilizing this community of artists to kind of hop on. And we basically have a compilation where it's a bunch of guest producers and collaborators and artists that are rapping in multiple languages. And in addition to that, I have a full album also that I already recorded to his stuff. But when we stepped back and looked at it, I was like, this music industry is so oversaturated. What? I'm just going to put it on Spotify like the rest of the music and have nobody see this, and then all of a sudden it can't be used in streams. I can't really get it out there. I mean, I know people who work at music houses and they don't put their music on Spotify. They just submit directly to the movie companies and the music supervisors. And so really our first idea was to become the first like hip hop music house. And it kind of spiraled from there. So the short answer is no, they're not out, but the long is yes, and coming soon. Once we have the tech to actually sell royalties to people, because we want it to be community-owned music.
And that's kind of where I was going, because I've heard about kind of where VSN wants to go with some of the ideas. I've been paying attention. Could you give some people who have not been paying attention some understanding of where you're headed with that, so they can kind of understand a little bit more of why you would not be dropping those albums?
Yeah. And my fiance gets super mad that I haven't dropped albums, because she's like, I don't want to listen to it. I'm like, yes, you'll be able to hear it. But yeah, so I mean, for us, we want to do something special. And basically, we've been in the music industry a long time, and there's tons of roadblocks. And I think that if you're building something in this blockchain space, you better be solving a problem, or else it's just not going to be successful long term. And there's a lot of problems with the music industry. So we really had to step back and write all of them out, from all the different job perspectives, not just the artists. And what we're going to be doing is selling royalties of the masters of all the instrumentals, of all the tracks, so that the community themselves can also participate in the revenue share when we license these things. And I don't know if you guys heard last week on Wednesday when we had Savina Sierramella on, but we know some music supervisors who have done some things, and they're excited about this concept. But the idea is that everybody can grow together. It's not just about, hey, let me sell you my music and then bye, good luck, I hope it does something for you. No, it's the holistic approach, where then we're going to be the curators. We're going to have the radio stations. We're going to do the DJ sets. We're going to create the metaverse where all of the venues are, where people are performing. And so the long-term vision is to have an entire ecosystem where people can treat their art like assets.
And one of the things I think is kind of really awesome about that is, like, you also don't just have like the movie and music professionals that you're talking about, but like you had like Juice on, and I think we could all agree that Juice probably is not that musically talented based on what he was doing, right? But like it's still added, right? Because like I think that's one of the things that made me really enjoy everything, was like the three, you, Savage, and Journey together. You guys still brought stuff out of him that helped, right? Like you guys are so good at what you do. You're able to take someone who's an amateur and pull things from them that they didn't even realize was there themselves. So like I really appreciate that. Generally we have people on who do that with technology, and that's really hard to relate to, but I think we can all kind of relate to music more, right? Like there's a reason why music is one of the things that makes up culture. So I just want to I want to shout that out, because I thought that was really awesome.
Thanks. Yeah. That's something that we kind of like pride ourselves on, is just kind of show up and we'll create something, and we could never make something by ourselves that we would have made if they weren't there, So if Juice wasn't there, we wouldn't have used his typing as the hi-hats and the snare. So it's just kind of like, we like to have fun, and I'm not going to lie, it was pretty hard for us to cut our programming last year and focus on the infrastructure side of things. As artists, we just want to create and create and create. We had to bring on a third partner who helped us with the business side, and he's like, hey, you got to write this down. And Vibe Stream Beats should be an actual television show with guests like Bill Bellamy and like all kinds of things like that. So, the growth is it's planned for, it's accounted for.
So I just wanted to say, like, about 10 years ago, this is a little known fact about me. About 10 years ago, I created a radio station, and I don't mean like a WinMX streaming from my home computer kind of radio station. I actually created, we were fully licensed to play music globally and all that which was super expensive. And we had DJs on 24/7. So there was, I think it was 3-hour slots all the way, 24 hours a day with different people. And we had some, brilliant minds behind that as well. Some of the musicians that were around back then in the, in the space that were doing that. And we became really, really, really popular. I ended up handing it over to somebody else because he was the sort of individual, he knew better than me. He wanted to do everything, and within a couple of months he killed it. But that's another story. The thing that I found is, like, what I found really interesting is that the radio station specifically was aimed at a group of gamers that played different online games. And that's how we were able to grow so fast, because we were able to hit those demographics within those online games specifically, and it was easy to advertise because they were there, right? And it really exploded and really grew. But after I kind of moved on from that and started kind of going into different things, I found how difficult it was and how much more slower growth was in comparison to back then. Do you find that growth in what you do is now more challenging compared to what it would have been, say, 10 years ago? And like, why do you think that might be, if that is the case for you?
Well, I don't think that we've frankly really tried to actually grow at a huge rate. We're keeping it really organic and kind of allowing it to trickle in. Haven't done any like advertising aside from like tweeting a few things. So that hasn't, if we really wanted to grow like a lot, I think that we could make that happen. But, I think people still want to be part of things. During the pandemic, it was a lot easier because, we're still in it, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? But a couple years ago, it was like everyone was home, so they were just trying to find things to do because they had watched everything on Netflix, and people were definitely more consistently watching the programming. But then again, like, I was spamming friends and doing whatever, and I'm like, this is dumb, right? Like, people can set the calendars if they want to watch this. And I just think that there's enough people out there that actually want to learn about stuff that if you come up with the right way to engage everyone, they'll stick around and they'll be there for the next one. And I don't know necessarily that the growth is more difficult just because I haven't really tried to grow it at an alarming rate yet.
No, it's kind of interesting, and I asked the question because there's obviously a lot of people that will do things, but it's a case of like, I see you doing it right. You're doing it right because you're creating live on air. It's not like you're just sitting there and it's like press play and just leaving it as it is. You're creating original works of art live for people to interact with, it's like I'm just wondering, like, maybe 10 years ago the internet was maybe slightly smaller. And that's why it was so much more easy to grow. So that's what I was asking. If you did what you're doing now 10 years ago, if you could, how much of a difference it would be, But it's I'm just thinking because of the way the space is, it's so oversaturated, And despite the fact, like with crypto as well, that you've got everybody, in one place as well, but it's still. People are still a little bit more kind of, there's just so much going on. People don't really know where to go. So the dynamic I think is changed, quite a lot as well. And the music industry is changing drastically as well. Maybe for the better.
Most definitely.
And there's a lot of, really good initiatives coming out of that. And sorry if that was a bad question. I was just kind of throwing it out there.
Oh, that's fine.
And I don't think it's a bad question. I think that the where you were going, Andy, is like the demand is also different than what the supply is, right? The supply has increased significantly, but also so is the demand. So it's just more of a like where along where two crafts meet. Where are we along that continuum essentially? So like I saw where you were going, dude. I don't think it's a bad question. I think like their growth strategy is like what you want to hear from something in a bear market, though, right? Like they're not trying to grow. They're just like, we're gonna do our shit, and people like it. They'll come hang out, and we'll be us. And I like that, right?
Yeah.
I think that kind of falls right in line with us.
Yeah, no, I can kind of relate to that with what we're doing here. It's like you build it, people will come. And it's like I'm quite happy to build a following, and I think projects like yours as well, they end up growing a cult following, and those people end up being really embedded in what you do forever. For as long as you exist, for as long as you continue to do what you do, those people will be around loyal because they love what you do.
Yeah.
And I think that's more special.
Yeah, there's a blind man named Mr. Jai Guns, blind rapper in upstate New York, who's been subscribed to our Twitch for a year, and we stopped programming for like I would say half of those months. So I agree with you completely. It's kind of like you just be authentic, and people want to be around what you're doing, and I've seen that in my career. No matter where I'm working or what I'm doing, if you're just you and people like you, then they want to be where you're at. And it helps to make some really good music too. That's a positive. And we're really just trying to provide like a space for people to kind of relax and take their mind off of things and not really have to think about bear market or crypto as much. But, it's been cool to start selling these royalties on OpenSea. I'm working on finding a better place to do that, but at the moment it's been going pretty well.
And it will go well, man. Honestly, you guys are going to have all of the successes that you want. Manifest that shit, right? So it's going to happen.
So we're talking about manifesting.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt for 1 second. I'm sorry. So, Goat, either drop some alpha with who your favorite upcoming guest is, or who do you want to have? Like, right? Like, let's manifest that destiny. Let's Tony Robbins this bitch. Let's make it happen. Who do you want? Like, who would be your idol to have on make music with? Clearly Journey you love, but who else would you want to bring in? Because I know you do the writing. Would you want to bring in someone who did the music, or would you want to bring in someone to help you with the writing, or what would make you like the happiest man in the world?
Oh, well, I love collaboration, so I don't mind whatever someone does. My favorite artist of all time is Andre 3000, so that would be a fantastic dream come true. He also has been like playing fifes in public stations, so I would love for him to take out like a didgeridoo or something and sample that. Like we can just write something with him. I think that'd be awesome.
That would be absolutely amazing. If I ever tune into your show and Andre 3000 is just sitting there vibing with you guys with the didgeridoo, I think it'd be like the best thing ever.
That's the plan, right? So when we created our budget, like that we're going to VCs with, a lot of it is going towards paying our guests, paying hosts to do other programming, because at the height of our programming last run, we had 8 weekly shows with 6 different hosts, and it was a lot. There was a lot, multiple languages. We had syndicated it in Spanish as well, and I'm looking forward to bringing that back. But without the budget to actually pay hosts, then they're not kind of doing what they need to do on their end to kind of gather people for their streams, and we're really trying to create a network.
So
with a lot of different media.
Did you say 8 shows a week?
Yeah.
Wow, that's hard, man. Like, were you on every single one of them?
No, I wasn't. Some of them I was just the showrunner for, so I would make sure the host had a guest and they had everything that they needed. Not all of them were creating music. Some of them were like music review shows. and other types of stuff like that as well.
It's like we do, like, on this podcast, I know it's not really the same thing, but like we do 3 a week, each one typically lasting about 2 hours. And it's like, that is still like, we were doing it every day, and we had to cut that down because it's like all of us do other things as well. Everybody's got, other work and things like that. So we do 3 times a week. And, even that, it's still kind of a rush to pull everything to, not a rush, but it's still a challenge, I think is a better way to put it, to pull everything together, to have everything organized, properly. So 8 shows, wow, hats off to you. That's hard dedication right there.
Thanks. I mean, that's kind of why we had to cut it, right? Because it was 8 different promotions, 8 different, people that are 6, I guess 6 different hosts. But 6 different people we had to have on at all times that we were activating and giving them the necessary materials. Because Journey actually makes all of our graphics too, makes all of our flyers, and pretty much anything visual is coming from Journey. And so part of what we want to offer as a network is bringing on shows or ideas that other people have, and then just saying, yeah, just build that on VSN, and we'll give you the tools, we'll give you promotional materials, we'll build you a logo, we'll get you the theme songs, and you can use our back end to actually do what you need to do, and just come onto our network and bring your show onto our network. And that's going to be the business model in the future. But we're just starting from scratch again with just our programming, doing mixed media, some Twitter Spaces as well, and some AMA stuff on different places. I know it's still on Twitch, but when we do the AMAs, it's kind of more focused on YouTube and Facebook, just because we're trying to get the older generations to kind of understand where we're going with things, and they really do. And that's how I know it's a good idea, because my auntie will understand exactly what's happening and want to buy in and be part of what we're building.
And it's going to be an absolute pleasure to watch you guys grow. You're all so creative as well, and that's something amazing to just kind of watch unfold. And what I love about kind of modern streaming now, because I've been notorious online since even when I was at school and stuff like that, and the way things are now, where people can go and live stream and just watch creativity flow, I absolutely love it. So it's going to be an absolute pleasure to watch you guys grow and develop in the space, and that's just going to be really amazing. I think most people will feel the same. If anybody has any questions for LeGoat in the Twitch chat or YouTube chat or anywhere else, please go ahead and ask those, and we will put those forward. So Regulus and Average is getting a little bit impatient here, and I was literally just about to move on to that. And he has mentioned something here. So there was an announcement not too long ago that you were now going to be in charge of something else kind of special in the space. I think you know what I'm alluding to.
Yes.
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and tell everybody what that is, and what's happening with that?
Yeah, I had been looking for jobs in this space for a while, and I finally found a really meaningful one that I think is going to make a difference, because that's kind of what I'm all about, is making an impact here. And I recently got the community lead job at One Wallet. And One Wallet, which I had to pitch 30,000 times yesterday at this event, is a multi-chain social wallet. And most people, if they've just been following it since its inception, think it's merely a Harmony project. And that is false. It is not just a Harmony product. It has every intention of expanding to multiple chains, and with my help, utilizing the communities in other EVMs, and building the tools for people to really build their own communities at a high level. I think that the technology is kind of the most Web 2 looking app that I've seen in Web 3. The UI is very intuitive, and the kind of selling point here is that the 6-7 step process of onboarding somebody to buy something from a DeFi protocol gets cut down to one step, and that's just is absolutely huge, not just for the people who are getting onboarded, but for the projects that now have more opportunity and access to new users who are kind of signing up and wanting to be exposed to things.
So it's like you said, it looks very intuitive to use. Very very easy interface to use and stuff like that, and it's multi-chain, so it's like you're basically going to collate everything into one location within that one app. I'm just wondering, what are the potential security implications of that? In terms of keeping everything. Where it goes, like what steps does one wallet take to make sure everything is completely, solid belt and braces as much as humanly possible?
Right. Well, I wish that I had way more details on this for you. Seeing as that I only got hired 2 weeks ago, this is questions that have been on the top of my list as well. However, I have looked at the back end and seen that they've had multiple audits. And it seems to me like it's no less secure than MetaMask, let's say, and the switching between networks that you can do there as well.
Gotcha. So, okay, yeah, no, that does answer my question quite well. So, yeah, I mean, what do you plan to kind of to do in your new role? What is it that you're looking to potentially project out there?
Yeah, so what I really am excited about, because they wanted me to get started onboarding a bunch of people like immediately, and I told them, hey, like what I want to do is collect some data and kind of get like a council or coalition of community leaders across different chains to basically give feedback, beta test, and let us know what tools are missing, what tools are needed, and what incentives that one wallet can provide to help grow projects. So like I kind of mentioned before, I have a two-pronged approach to the way that I build communities. And so there's recruitment and retention. For recruitment, my plan is to partner with as many projects as I'm allowed to, and do different cross promotions, cross marketing, AMAs, onboarding experiences, kind of give OG whitelist roles to people who are onboarding their communities, and allowing for everything to kind of be in one space for people to discover more projects. As for the retention, I'm a huge programming guy, and the people at One Wallet, they understand that VSN is my baby, and that's kind of where a lot of my focus lies as well. And so it's not just that I got hired as community lead, but they actually want to partner with us as well to throw events for the community and give them something to do. So including music in that, but additionally, and I don't want to drop too much alpha here, but I want to create original One Wallet programming specifically about Web3, educational tools, promotional projects, utilize some influencers, because I think the main thing that projects want, and One Wallet included, is more eyeballs, right? It's not necessarily the financial resources. So, the initial reaction was like, hey, let's give $500 to each community that comes in and brings their whole community. I'm like, well, $500 to a community of 5,000 is not really worth it for that. But if you can have 5,000, 10,000 new people who are seeing a project for the first time, I think that's a lot more valuable at this time. So it's really going to be about building out the right programming, getting the right people involved, and creating some cool shows and features and capabilities within the app that the early community leaders will have access to, that other people will have to kind of unlock and be able to, One Wallet has a lot of gated NFT features, which is really cool, because currently when you're trying to do some kind of gated NFT thing, I mean, you guys know you have to connect your Discord to your MetaMask on some third-party thing, and then verify that you have the NFT, and then you can't move it or do anything. And here it would just all be within one app.
So, I mean, just putting you on the spot a little bit, and I hope you don't mind me doing this, but like, if us at the Crypto Lamb Show then came to you and says, right, how can you utilize this? How are you going to make that fit? Like, how would you do that? How would you then, create that partnership and kind of utilize our platform and vice versa?
Well, I mean, right off the top, I think that having some kind of sponsorship where One Wallet was involved in the programming here, onboarded people there. In addition, we could give you guys tools. We could give you you'd be on the front page of things. So every time that somebody downloads One Wallet, oh, wow, Crypto Lamb talking about X, Y, or Z. This is really interesting. Let me tap in and see what this is about. I think that there could also be like backdoor discussions, like post-show or pre-show, that people who are core supporters of your show could have access to through NFTs, and actually be able to ask questions. I think we can kind of have fun and play around with it, but everybody loves the behind the scenes stuff and to hear about the process. And, you could even have secondary one-on-one programming with your guests and kind of give away like a 10-minute interview to somebody else. I'm just spitballing here. There's tons of ways you could do things.
No, that's really cool, man. And I think when things really kind of gets kick-started and stuff like that in the near future, you're gonna have to kind of come back with us, and we should do some more talking about One Wallet for sure, because I mean, just looking at the Twitter page alone and looking at the website, it's a really exciting project. I'm very, very intrigued about the social aspect of it more, because it's
that's really the big part. And when I was talking to some of the leaders over there, their whole vision is that, like, if you imagine like crypto and DeFi 5 years from now, there's no way it still operates the way it currently does, with everything so segmented. And so they've really created an app that kind of brings all of that together and streamlines the user experience. But more importantly, instead of like having these like 0x addresses with a bunch of numbers and letters and you don't know who's who, your wallet becomes your profile, and you can create like usernames and have avatars, and there's not a guessing game as to whether you're sending it to the right place or not, and there's not that anxiety that kind of keeps 98% of the population away from DeFi.
Do you know if there's going to be an element on KYC and how that's going to affect privacy and things like that? Because obviously a lot of people still want to be able to use these things, but not necessarily hand over a lot of data, right? So I'm not sure if that's something that's already answered within that.
So KYC, I'm not quite sure entirely what the process is. I know that they do have Apple Pay tipping capabilities, which, to me means they probably have a KYC program in place, because otherwise they might get into a little bit of trouble there. But they're really up to date on kind of all of the laws and securities of what you can and can't do. Every time I'm like, let's do this kind of giveaway, he's like, can't say that, can't do that. So I'm not too worried about it with that. I don't think that there's necessarily anything that you need to sign up and start a wallet right now.
Sure, yeah, no, I understand. It's like, because obviously, some people, they're quite happy to have things like MetaMask or Ledger or whatever, which don't have the same features as One Wallet. This is true. Because it's like, I would love to be able to use MetaMask with Apple Pay, for example. And if One Wallet kind of fixes that problem where I can use my crypto with Apple Pay, that solves a problem very, very, very quickly right off the bat. And then you've got the social aspect as well. It's just, I guess,
Totally.
a lot of people would obviously, it depends on the person. Some people would see that as a positive. I, for one, see that as a positive. Some of the other people would be like, no, I prefer to be off grid. I prefer to be, not having that data share between a corporation like Apple and so on and so forth. So
I get it. I think people have the options of whether or not they want to use the Apple Pay, but what I do see is that then it becomes not necessarily a Web3 app, but Web2 communities would also be able to utilize this app in the exact same way by using fiat tipping and sending money and purchasing things in that exact same way. So I've developed a couple programs right now where I want to target like food festivals and kind of get the vendors to be able to accept the Apple Pay within here or crypto if they want to, and give vendors the chance to accept crypto for the first time in addition to fiat if they just want that, and then give everybody who signs up for it, $5-10 or something like that, so they can afford an extra item or two.
No, that's really cool. I really love that. Priest, do you have anything that you want to kind of throw into the ring whilst you're out about and you'll walk on this lovely?
Oh my god, dude! So like, I'm not gonna. So I have so many things to say that I don't want on the podcast because I need to act on them before they're public information, like that kind of shit. But there's a question I have on the Apple Pay, right? Are you saying that I would be able to use my balances within my wallet to pay things with Apple Pay on my phone, or are you saying that I'd be able to fund my wallet with Apple Pay? Because I think those things are two different things, and I think that I want to know that more of that specifically.
As far as funding with Apple Pay, I don't think so. I think it's more the former of
that's
you're able
so
to
different than
send
everything
money.
else. That is so different than everything else, dude. Like if I could go pay for groceries with the money I make on doing stuff in crypto, which is not a lot because it's like literally nothing. You put your thing up against the oh my god, dude. All right, yeah. All right. Fuck, KYC it is. Fuck it.
But this is what I'm saying, right? Because it's like, some people are going to love that. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to do that.
You're good. You're good.
Some people are going to love the idea, like, they go into a cafe, pay for their breakfast, coffee, with Ada, with One, whatever it might be. That is just making it so easier, because a lot of the emphasis has been on a lot of businesses and a lot of shops accepting crypto or accepting through their point of sale systems. And then of course you have other people that try to bridge that gap in another way by offering plastic cards, like crypto.com, Coinbase have a card as well, and Binance do as well now, and all of this sort of stuff. But being able to bridge that gap and just say, no, we don't need to do that. We can just use Apple Pay. You don't need a physical card. You can just literally, and near field communication, that stuff straight away. And I think that is a real big difference, a real game changer. So, I'm going to be watching that very, very, very closely, because it's something that, I love, because a lot of people are like, well, when's crypto going to go mainstream? When people going to start accepting crypto for business? The truth is, you already can with Bitrefill. My brother-in-law bought his Porsche Carrera S with Bitcoin as well through a company.
Oh.
So, it already exists. It's just kind of making it more accessible to people, and I think that really kind of creates the opportunity for that to happen. Like, imagine being able to pay for your Spotify subscription, with crypto, just having that linked like that. I love that idea.
For me, it's more of an opportunity to write. Like, I'm a stay-at-home dad outside of working in the crypto space. So, I used to be like the breadwinner when my wife and I first started dating. And don't worry, LeGoat, we're going to get into the stuff happening this weekend, so don't forget. But it's like empowering for people who are like in my position, because we make money in DeFi, but where the fuck do I spend that, right? Like, it's like, okay, we'll touch that later, right? Like, I can't go buy dinner with my yield farming, right? Like, and this can change that.
Yeah, I have been utilizing the crypto.com card for quite some time now. And just being able to send crypto in there and then just load it up onto the card has been great. And for a while, they didn't even send me the card, and I was able to just kind of put that card onto my Apple Pay. But I don't know. It's again, it's also segmented. It's sending here to there and da da da, and making it like moving it around. And for the average person, that's just not realistic. And I think you open yourself up to more security that way when you're going through 6 or 7 different mediums and moving your money around. It's like any one of those could be exploited as well. Journey actually called me, guys. So he said, give me 10 minutes. All right, never mind.
So, I mean, I've been using the crypto.com for a while now, and a couple of others as well for quite some time. There's one that I binned off because they didn't seem to be that legit, so I got rid of those. But I tend to keep all of my stuff safe with Ledger, and I just send over what I need, that way, because I keep like most of my capital in crypto personally. So I've got the Ledger, and I just send over what I need. And if you're using Ethereum, whilst the fees might be high in some aspects, it depends what you want to do, how quickly you want to do it. Because I mean, if you're not in a rush, you can use Bitcoin, nice and cheap, nice and easy, swap that over, or something else. But ETH for a really fast transaction, it's nice and quick. So as long as you're not getting the addresses mucked up, and you're doing that properly, it's quite an easy process to utilize. But it'll be a lot easier, obviously, with one wallet to just there and then. There's no messing around. It's just there, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm kicking myself because I was sending one into my crypto.com app and then selling that for USDC and then loading that up. Then I realized I could sell to USDC on chain for a lot less of a fee, and then send the USDC into crypto.com. And I was like, wow, that's got to be at least $1,000 that I burned in fees over the last year.
Oh yeah, it gets you. Like when I hate to think, when I look back through the transactions and seeing all of the fees, and it makes you cry. So once you realize how to do it properly and negate those fees, it's very liberating indeed. So yeah, no, it's definitely going to bridge a gap there. So, Priest, you said that there was something else happening.
Yes. So I think one of the best parts of having these conversations is we get to actually get to know the person behind the project. And Goat was really kind enough to share on Twitter recently that he has a really big date this weekend. So Goat, do you want to kind of explain to Andy and the viewers about what's going on, please?
I'm actually aware of this, and I'll let you speak first. I'll say whatever.
Yeah, no, it's kind of the biggest day of my life that I've had so far. Very excited. I'm actually getting married on Saturday.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, guys.
Of course, man. I said I would have a bunch of questions, and I do, because my favorite part of this is like what kind of participation you put into your planning of your wedding. You clearly care about everything you're involved in, right? Like you've put so much time and effort into building your community. You have your 2-prong approach. Like, how did you and your significant other come up with your wedding strategy and what you guys are doing?
Well, that's a great question. We definitely are a team, so we do things together. She, I'm on the communication side of things, and she's on the psychology side of things, which is very, very similar, but from 2 different perspectives. And so we work together on a lot of different issues and aspects. But for this, we really wanted to do something that paid homage to the people who got us here, and made sure everybody felt included and loved. That was really our biggest thing is, as much as it's about us, it's about all the people that are coming together as well.
No, that's really awesome. So, I mean, like, because of you being in Web3 and everything else like that, I mean, have you guys taken an approach like, are we going to be able to stake in this wedding? Are there going to be NFTs available? That kind of.
I had the people on a reality chain asking me to stream it into their metaverse, and I was like, some things just need to be offline.
Absolutely. This has happened a few times. There's an online game called Entropia Universe, where somebody did that. They got married in that virtual world. It was done in Second Life a few times as well, where it was streamed online, but a real life wedding, but streamed in the game and stuff like that. So some people do have done that over the years.
I think my family would kill me if I did that.
Yeah, I mean, I think for some people, I know for myself, it would need to be private. I mean, it's okay afterwards. Maybe you want to share. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Maybe you want to share a wedding photo. It's the happiest day of your life, right? So, you might want to share that with the people that you deal with on a daily basis. To a degree, but. At the time, it's a very intimate moment for you and your wife, and for the family and friends that you have there as well. And I agree with you. It's something that should be kept a little bit more special and separate from everything else. So, wish you all the best for that day, and I'm sure it's going to be a absolutely amazing day. So, I mean,
thanks. Yeah, we we're gonna have a lot of people who care about us, and unfortunately, we're having it at her grandmother's home. So there's not that many people that can actually attend. I mean, there's still way more than I've ever seen in that house at one time coming. But there's a lot more people that wish they could be there. So we're going to be doing later this year, probably, or early next year, kind of a post-nuptial wedding party for everybody else who couldn't be there. And that I wouldn't mind maybe streaming, because that'll be fun and a little less private.
No, that would be really cool.
My wife and I also kind of did something very private. We we rented a house on a beach that was where there's no Wi-Fi and stuff. So you kind of had to be present for a week, and it was nowhere near as expensive as you would think. So my next couple questions are not related to, we don't talk about actual dollar amounts, but how bad do you feel you got kicked in the junk for how expensive everything is, right? Getting married is a racket, bro. It is a racket. Sorry.
Well,
I mean, let's never talk about dollar amounts, because realistically,
Right.
we'll all have anxiety about the dollar amount you spend, right? Because whatever. It's important to share that time with the people we care about. But I just needed to vent about how ridiculously asininely expensive it is to just put together a wedding, right? Not what people don't even recognize is right. It's you have to pay somebody to preside over your wedding.
Exactly.
Unless you go to the justice of the peace and get married at the courthouse. So that person has a fee, right? And depending on where you get married and what state you get married, and if you get married out of the state in which you reside, they charge exorbitant effing fees. So real talk, my wife and I were married for about 4 months before we actually had our big wedding, because it was more effective for us to just do it at the courthouse and then just have a party afterwards that said we got married than it was to actually do it there, which is what we were going to do. It's just those are the kind of things that you don't recognize until you're doing that. And so that's the cost of doing business, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the wedding industry is conniving for sure. I've never seen a flower bill like that in my life. But it's kind of a tough situation, at least for me, just because we have support from our family members, and it's not my money, so it's not really my place to say what to spend and what not to spend. But I think it does give everybody a little bit of anxiety.
I will say that we also were very blessed to have gifts from both sides of our family as well. But my parents and my wife's parents were very appreciative that we tried to get the most for all the dollars, right? And if you went, you're having it to the grandmother's house, right? And that's awesome because there's that family connection. But it also costs a crap load of money to get a hall and have food like served at a hall. And if you
Yeah.
don't like the food the hall makes, well, good luck paying for them to pay their chefs to serve someone else's food. You know what I mean? Just
Right.
like, we're
Right.
trying to celebrate the love we have for another person, right? Like, so I actually really appreciate that you're doing it at her grandmother's house. I think that's really awesome. It like tickles my heartstrings. I'm like, oh, that's
Yeah.
so great.
Would you?
Thanks. No.
It's quite a personal thing, obviously, and we are in the Web3 space, and some people are docs, some people are not. Obviously, you're streaming yourself on VSN, stuff like that, but there is obviously, there has to be that disconnect between personal life and work life and stuff like that. I'm just wondering, would you be willing to maybe kind of tell us how did you meet your wife to be? What's the story there? If you're willing to share, of course.
Yeah, sure. I had been in a long-term relationship for a while prior to meeting her, and that had ended, like, I would say less than a year before I met her. And her aunt, who's only a year older than her, went to the same college as I did. And so we had some mutual friends, and I was going over to one of my best friend's houses, and his girlfriend, my best friend's girlfriend, was best friends with my fiance's aunt. And I don't know if you guys followed that or not.
Yeah.
But okay, so and so he just had one of those party houses where people would always come over and just have a good time. And he had just graduated from college as well. She's a couple years younger than me. And she was out looking for jobs in Los Angeles, and she was also like, where are the cool single guys at? And all of the girls who were there just started screaming my name because I had just recently become single. And so there was like this like anticipation of me showing up. And actually I was asked to come the night before, but I was on another date, so I declined. And then I showed up the next day, and it was kind of like sparks really quickly. There's still a picture of like the moment that, she sat on my lap and we started making out, and she invited me to Portugal. And I was like, wow, you're pretty cool. I don't know what, I've never had something like that happen. And we started hanging out all the time. I made sure she got that job in LA while she was living in Atlanta. I was apartment hunting for her to make sure that she had a place, and basically just secured the bag,
Dude, that's freaking awesome, man. Thanks for sharing that. That's I love hearing stories like that, and I know exactly what you mean about the instant sparks. Me and my fiance, same sort of thing. That first day, that instant connection. You just know, I think, right, when you found the one, so to speak.
Yeah, we were both not really looking for anything serious at the time, and that's what kind of hit us so hard, is we were like, no, we really like each other. We're supposed to be young and free and not worried like this. And but we just couldn't separate ourselves. I mean, I don't think, no, I know for a fact that there hasn't been one day since I met her nearly 4 years ago that I haven't spoken with her or talked to her in some capacity.
That's really cool, man. Remember, if anybody else has any questions, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, put those in chat. I'm watching both chats, so if anybody has any questions for LeGoat, then chuck those in. Do. Go for it, man.
So you talk about how you're a writer, right? So you talk about the lyrics, and you write. What else? Do you write anything else besides lyrics for music? If so, what?
I write a lot of poetry as well, which is kind of similar, but I've written some like screenplays or skits. I've come up with different movie ideas that I would want to do eventually. I write out all of the interview questions for AMAs that I'm going to be doing. Obviously that's not too crazy, but I really like crafting narratives, and being able to tell stories. I I kind of pride myself on my vocabulary and the imagery that I like to be able to instill. And it's really, I don't have anything that I don't like writing. I write theses. I help my fiance with her psych papers, and I'm a huge fanatic when it comes to words. I studied Latin for 7 years, so it's just, I used to read the dictionary when I was younger. It's just it's a little freaky.
So what do you think started your love of words, right? Like reading the dictionary is commitment to something. What do you think that was?
Well, kind of songwriting has been in my family for a really long time. It's how my family has like survived through many different iterations of wars and having to migrations. I'm of Jewish descent, and my family would be musicians for like the Tsar of Russia, or in Kiev and in Prague in the Czech Republic, in order to like not basically be killed or have to migrate. And then my great grandfather, when he came to the U.S., he was a songwriter, and he wrote with like Frank Sinatra and Eddie Cantor and some of these big names. And then his son started also writing for a really big company. If I say what that is, then I'm definitely doxxed. So I gotta keep that.
Yeah,
I gotta
you're
keep
good.
that one.
I get it. You're like the modern day bard, right? Like you come from a lineage of bards. That's kind of like really awesome that like you have that like familiar ancestral tie into being a wordsmith. And I really look forward to reading some of your other writing. Do you have something that you've written that isn't a song that is like your favorite piece? Whether it was like the experience you had while you were writing it, or the cathartic aspect of what you wrote. Is there something that like means the most to you?
Oh man, yeah. I stumbled upon this short story that I wrote, like I would say, close to 6-7 years ago now, but stumbled upon it recently, and it's this kind of like first person perspective of like a drug addict kind of waking up and like at a pier, and the daily struggles that they have, and the putrid smells that they have to endure, and the humility that they have to swallow in order to continue the self-deprecating lifestyles. For me, I lost an uncle to drugs, and so it was kind of a cathartic experience to try and live vicariously through this character and kind of understand where my uncle was coming from at that time, and why he made the choices he needed to make.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for sharing. People who create art is generally for some type of personal experience to be able to express themselves in a way they can't. And I know I find myself unable to express myself sometimes. So I do appreciate when people can do that so well like you do. So thank you for sharing such a personal story for that connection. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Of course.
I often feel extremely blessed with some of the guests that we have come on this show, podcast, whatever you want to call it. And we do have some amazing talent that comes on here and speaks with us. But I just want to kind of really extend my thanks to you, because you're one of the, again, I've said it before on the show as well, you're one of those creative minds where I don't know, I'm lost for words. Like it's amazing. So I'm humbled. Thank you for coming on the show and kind of sharing all of that with us.
Oh man, no, I really appreciate you guys having me. Anytime, for real. This is not a game. It's just, life. This is who I am. And like I said, that's kind of what's landed me in all of these positions. It's just being myself and, putting my skills forward. And there's a lot of parts that are still hidden to the world that I'm excited to slowly unravel. But it's just been about, I've never wanted to just kind of, I've always thought of myself as a really good writer, but I never just wanted to throw it out into the world and be that struggling writer that no one cares about and no one's reading anything. And I would rather basically create VSN and create a platform first, and then be able to say, hey, I do all these things.
Which is great. I mean, like I said earlier with VSN, we can kind of see those creative minds come together and watch it live, which is really cool. I guess I've got a question like that. Maybe you can kind of direct me in the right direction. So, like for the last couple of years now, I've had a story in my head. I've had it's a fiction. It's I guess you could say it's like a children's story or novel, and I've got like 90% of it worked out in my head, but I don't find myself finding the ability to put pen to paper. What would you say to somebody like me who's got something floating around in the ether but is struggling to put pen to paper?
I would say put it into bite-sized chunks. It can get really overwhelming to think that you need to do it all at once, and that it needs to be completely fleshed out, and that you need to write immaculate prose right off the bat. But just putting bullet points or even drawing storyboards of how you want things to go can really help inform that. And my dad always taught me, like, writing is rewriting. And so you're never actually finished with anything. So you might as well start.
That's really good advice. Yeah, I like that. No, thank you very much. Is there anything that you want to project to the people that are out there listening today, whether it's on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch? What would you like to put out there for people for VSN? What are you going to say to bring them to VSN? Although everything that you said so far is oversold me on everything that you do. So how would you like to put it to the people?
I would like to say, and I wish that Journey was coming on, because he said 10 minutes about 20 minutes ago, so I might have to call him. But I would say, come vibe. That's really what it's about, is just come vibe. And you're going to find something in there that you like. You're going to learn. You're going to have fun. And our doors are open. So our doors, our DMs, they're open. We're looking to collaborate with people and just create more vibes. And you're talking to some of the most open people that you can find in this space. I think too often people try to get credibility in Web3 by being exclusive and by saying that certain people aren't allowed or that they only want a certain caliber of whatever. I mean, you'll see guests of ours who have 15 followers and some that have 15,000. We're not really concerned about that. We just want to do cool things, have a good time, and make music that's for everyone, make content that's for everyone.
Who has been your favorite guest so far? I know who my favorite is so far on your show, but who's your favorite, if you can pick one?
From this season, or just from all the times we've been doing this?
Yeah, from recent. Well, I mean, I suppose for you, any.
I think in terms of what we've been cooking up, I enjoyed God Cloud because of his ability to just kind of cook up live and use so many different instruments. Our guest tomorrow, Virtue, is on a similar plane, not on finger drumming. That God Cloud is absolutely ridiculous when it comes to that. But somebody who can use a bunch of different instruments, because it's really about the musical aspect of it. And so people who can basically just create on the spot like that is always my favorite. Because you never know what you're going to get. It's like Chopped. It's like, what are our ingredients? Who knows? Well, we'll make something out of it.
No, that's really cool, man. Again, love seeing the creativity. I think one of my favorites was Savina. When you had on the other day, I think you seen me in the chat asking some questions about that because I mean, obviously her work goes way, way, way back, you know. It's kind of, it was really, really, really interesting listening to her talk about the work that she'd done in the past and you know what she's up to. So yeah, no, she was definitely one of my favorites.
For sure. Savina's incredible. It's a very humbling experience to have somebody of that caliber on the show. And, you know, afterwards, she was emotional because she didn't realize that she was the first guest on our like AMA podcasts. And she was just so grateful. And that made me emotional because I'm like, wow, you really care about this like that. That just shows that we're on the right track. She's referred me to more people in her network that we'll be having on the show and having similar conversations that are of that caliber. And that's one segment that I'm really excited we started doing because more than just creating the music, I think people need to know that as cool as Journey and I are when it comes to cooking up, you know, fresh beats or, you know, most people haven't even heard me actually write anything or songs of mine. So that'll be fun when I really start putting that together. But more than that, people need to know that we actually are pretty damn connected in this industry. And we're not just LARPing about where we're trying to take this, but actually have the network to do it. But are building slow. And so establishing that credibility by having guests like that on and just being able to explain it to somebody who's been in the industry for that long and watching somebody like that have an aha moment and say, I want to buy your NFTs and I want to be part of that. Someone who's never been in crypto. I mean, she called it an RFT, you know, like somebody who really has no idea about this is like, no, your idea is great. I want to be involved. Of that caliber. It's it hits different, not just for us, but hopefully for the people who want to be part of this ecosystem as well, to see that this is going somewhere.
No, and it's really cool to see, like you said, you know, her referring to it as an RFT, not an NFT, you know, things like that. It's cool to see the old school goats that were in the space, you know, kind of meet the new school, and seeing that collaboration.
It's so awesome, right? Like, one of the things that made me really appreciate that episode was like the things she's worked on are things that made up my childhood, right? Like, it
like
and I can't do. Oh my god, bro! Let's, you know, I don't even want to. But what I was going to say is I personally messaged the GOAT earlier and I was like, I want you to get Marty O'Donnell on because when you ask questions, man, like you do such a great job. Like, I mean, like just from listening to you and like, we were in like Discord conversations, et cetera, right? Like we were just talking back and forth. I was like, all right, I like this guy. We gotta like, this. But like you try to pull these things like, and you have those connections. I think that would be the greatest AMA podcast part you could have. That man is insane. Did you do any of the research I sent to you? You said
yeah. I looked into it. I definitely see if I can connect with him somehow and get him on the show.
If you're interested, I will message all the people I know. I will message all the people I know through my Halo connections to try to get there. But like, he's also, dude, like pretty approachable. Like he's been on a bunch of like podcasts where they like speed run games and stuff. So like, I think he enjoys being like a public figure. You just can't have him say anything that would make him in more legal trouble again, because he will answer it because he doesn't know how to not do that. Which is like my favorite part of him as a person. He's just so like, yeah, he's like so artist, right? Like, you know how like there's the Tom Morello is so like, you know, fuck the establishment, especially when the establishment tries to use his art for, you know, their own purposes. He has like that kind of vibes, and you know, I feel like that vibe would be really funny with you guys.
I think so
I'm just
too.
being self-serving. I'm being self-serving. I'm sorry. I know. But like, how
It's
often do you have the
okay.
opportunity to get somebody on who would be like, "Yo, that would make me really happy as a person. So let's just try. Why not? Fuck it, shoot your shot, right?"
Look, I'm here for it. I'm not going to say no if you're going to be doing some recruitment for me. That's fine. We definitely want to expand and get more people in different networks. And I don't know if I know somebody that knows him, but if you do, I'm happy to talk with them. Yeah, I do like pride myself on the questions I ask. I could have asked Savino, what was your favorite Disney song, or some stupid thing like that. But it's really about, how does this connect to what we're doing? And our approach here at VSN is that we're not reinventing the wheel, really. We're just using blockchain technology to streamline how these things should work and how they have worked in the past, and kind of bringing it back to Tin Pan Alley, New York, where there's just a bunch of songwriters and musicians in a big room, and whoever has a cool song, that's the one that people gravitate towards. And similarly, like, all of the DJs in the 80s and 90s, like, if they wanted to play clubs, like, as a DJ, like, you only were as good as the records you owned. You had to actually show up with crates of records to be able to spin in a club. Or the club would own the records, right? But we're trying to basically recreate a lot of these models that have existed in the past on the blockchain, and that's the exciting part. Is that when people hear about it, that's why it makes sense.
Absolutely, it's the bridge from the Web 2 life to Web 3 is always going to be through the culture and through the education aspect, and you guys are hitting on all of those things to try to be that bridge. And like the fact that you already say you're talking and doing this stuff through like Facebook, because like, what old heads love? Music. What they only had growing up? Music, right? Like, right. So it makes sense to me. So I appreciate that. I grew up listening to, a classic rock from my parents, but also like rap because I grew up in New York, right? So like, there's just so much opportunity there to like bring people who recognize like the current generation listens to some rap songs and they're samples from classic rock songs from before. You're like, well, have you heard the classic rock song? And these kids go like, dude, do you even know who Led Zeppelin is, bro? And I'm like, yeah, I'm like 35, man. Like, my parents were the ones listening to those people. Like, I remember when Led Zeppelin wasn't cool, kid. Like,
right.
With a short period of time.
Well, and I think that's a good just kind of segue also into the reason that we're building this, and kind of shine some light on something that we haven't talked about too much. Is the whole sampling aspect is just getting people so caught up. Like, and either people are sampling and not getting the copyrights, or they're using other people's sound packs and not kicking them any profit, and there's not real credit going on. And then there's people, the new DMCA laws are, it's like, if it even detects anything, then you get shadow banned on Instagram and Twitch and all of these places. And so, one huge use case for us is that none of our music will actually be copyrighted, like in the traditional sense. So therefore, it can be licensed and used on social media. But then also, what we want to do is have from start to finish the entire programming. I'll explain like this. Let's say we have somebody come on who plays the saxophone, right? We have a 30-minute segment where they're just playing the saxophone. They're playing different notes, different sounds, stabs, long, huge sweeping sounds. And we actually chop all that up and turn it into a sound pack. Now, that sound pack will then be up on the blockchain, and it'll say, this person made this sound pack. Now, somebody would be able to use that and sample that on chain and turn it into a beat. So our next programming we would have producers come in and use the sound packs that were created in the first segment. to create their own beat pack. So now there's a beat pack that's able to be traced where the sounds actually came from. Those people get credits, those people get royalties as well. The beat packs then are used in a writer's room type show where artists are then going to be writing and recording on those things. All of a sudden we have songs, rough songs. What do we do then? We have a final show about engineering, mixing, mastering, basically educating people on how to make their stuff sound good because, oh my God, people don't know how to do that and it drives me nuts. And
But
then we have, yeah, sorry.
No, no, not at all. Don't apologize. Keep going. I'll shut up. You carry on.
Yeah, so then once it's all done, then we can have recaps of each of these songs where each individual sound, lyric, all of these things came from. It's all accounted for on chain. Everybody gets credit, and we can sell NFTs so that everybody makes money, including the community.
So, I mean, that to me, that's just sheer brilliance because not only are you then creating a model where people can make money, and obviously the artists are going to get their they're going to get their share from what they create too, but you're also allowing artists at that point to be completely free and creative and make the sounds that they want to make, free from the possibility that they might get sued for copyright and things like that. I mean, to me, that's just brilliant because that's one of the biggest things, right? I was going to share with you, and I'm going to put it in the Discord. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but one of the biggest songs for me growing up was a song by The Prodigy called Voodoo People. And I don't know if you have seen this video or you've ever seen this before, but this song breaks down all of the samples that they used, and that was a hit song, and it used all the samples. That is not by any means an original song. It is built from so many things, and these guys, I mean, Prodigy in general did that all the time, so it's like these guys did that all the time. Why are we now seeing so many situations like with Ed Sheeran and people like that, being saying, well, your song's too similar, your song's too this, you use that sample in that, like Shakira with Waka Waka, things like that. There's so many situations like that. So you're really, really plugging a hole with something, that instantaneously fixes that problem, right? And that's just genius.
Thanks, man. Yeah, and I think that the programming itself is something that could be done in Web 2, and we're really just utilizing blockchain to be able to effectively do these things. But it doesn't really stop there because, okay, we sold royalties to the public, then what, right? So we actually need to also become the cultural curators and have events and streams and partner with people to get things out there and have licensing music supervisor friends that are willing to put these things into content and be pushing like that and be the A&Rs as well. Otherwise, it's just a dead end, and see why somebody would invest in it other than the fact that it's cool, right? But we want it to be also lucrative. So one thing we're doing is having a radio station where right now we're already streaming, I think 12 plus hours a day of just all original music on our different socials that you can check out and vibe to and just relax and no pressure. But eventually that'll be like a Discord bot or a One Wallet bot where each of these songs has a contract. And when it comes on, if you like it, you can tip it, right? And those tips will get divided amongst the owners and the collaborators. And when you think about the current model for streaming, 1,000 streams on Spotify is less than 1 penny. So if you're getting a tip of $1 for that one stream, we're talking about 1 million times more than he would have gotten from just being on Spotify there. And $1 in this space is nothing, right? And so that's the other exciting part is that I don't think ever in history have the musicians been in the same room as the investors.
It's kind of interesting. A friend of mine, Lee Townsend on YouTube, if you were to check him out, he's a singer songwriter and a very talented artist in the music world on a small scale, if you like. He was actually playing live music for the wedding anniversary I was talking about at the start last night,
nice.
and it was really cool to kind of listen to him covering a lot of tracks that we all love. And stuff like that, and he goes around all the local bars and places and he does his gigs and things like that. And I got to talking to him afterwards, before he packed up and left. And I was talking to him, and I'm like, okay, so why don't you kind of venture into the NFT world? Because obviously he does YouTube as well. Especially over the winter when he's not getting so many bookings and things like that, he'll go on YouTube and he'll do like tutorials and all of this kind of stuff. I'm like, why do you not venture into the NFT world? And I think the biggest point for him is not fully understanding,
right?
What certain initiatives like yours or some others that we've spoken to in the not too distant past do that can help artists like him grow. So I mean, what? Like if I was able to relay back to him, how would you then say to somebody like him, you should really kind of consider Web3 and where this is going, and the sort of things that you do?
Yeah, and Journey's here, by the way. So if he wants to take that, no, go for it, bro. But I think that it's something to consider, but I don't think it's something to jump head on into right now, quite yet. Just because I don't think that the infrastructure is quite there yet. And that's kind of goes back to the growth question of why we haven't been trying to grow so fast, is because we need to build the technology to actually do a lot of the things that are possible, but haven't been done yet. And I think having somebody kind of just understand how blockchain can help people with like automatic royalty distributions, not actually having to wait for a check from BMI to come in the mail and then you cash it and then wait 3 to 5 business days before you actually have it in your bank account, but getting it immediately as soon as somebody purchases something. There's significant power in that. And just the implications themselves are huge. But as of right now, it's a little bit tough for artists to do that unless they want to completely sell out and brand themselves as a Web3 musician and only do that. And, to me, it's a little bit corny to do that right now.
I guess so.
What's up, Journey?
Welcome, Journey, to the show, man. I'm glad you could make it, dude.
Journey.
I think he's still muted there.
He said I'm connecting now. He just had a baby girl.
Oh, wow.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I relate. I get it, dude. I get it. It's cool. That man doesn't need to press any buttons. If the fact he's awake right now is enough. Okay.
Yeah,
I get it.
Well, he has a 4-year-old too that he had to take to school, and then like he'll be designing flyers, holding his baby in the other hand. I mean, I can't believe that he's a real human, let alone my mentor, let alone a business partner.
Hey man, if he can hold down what he's doing, be as creative as he is, and have a 4-year-old and a new baby as well, he's superhuman. Let's not get it twisted.
No, dude, that's like, I don't think people don't have kids don't understand. Like, one kid is life changing. The second kid takes every moment that you had to yourself, which there's not that many of, right? Like there are not. I'll be honest. I love my life. I'm blessed. However, there's like an hour or two when baby's asleep and my wife's asleep, and I can like play video games. You know what I mean? Like when you have a second kid, there's no second hour. That's not how that goes. So that I bless that man. I am so full of love for the fact he has a little baby girl. I love my little daughter. I love it.
That's awesome, man. Just while we're waiting, if Journey's gonna unmute or not, we have just about 10 minutes left of today's show with LeGoat and now Journey as well. We are going to be going on a Be Right Back. And for those who don't know, who are currently watching or listening right now over on Twitch or YouTube, we have David Gokhshtein from Gokhshtein Media coming on in about half an hour's time. And we're going to take a 15-minute break because normally we don't do back-to-back shows. So when the stream goes to BRB, we're going to be out for 15 minutes and then we'll be back with David. So, just to cap off the end of today's show, and it's been an absolute pleasure having you with us, LeGoat. It's an absolute pleasure talking to you, and hopefully you can come back to us in the near future. That would be absolutely amazing. But we typically have a question. And Priest, I know like you've been really excited for LeGoat to come on as well. I think you should ask that question today.
Well, thank you. So what we ask everybody when they come on is if you could relate yourself, and let's pick one wallet to a fruit. Which fruit would it be and why? And we'll just hope that Journey is able to unmute and then he can pick for Vibe Stream.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I would love to hear what he says. Okay, a fruit for one wallet.
It's a difficult question for sure.
You know what? I might say a pomegranate. And here's why I'll say a pomegranate. Because it seems it's hard when you look at it from the outside, but when you open it, there's enough to share with everybody around you. With the seeds.
I like that.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That's cool.
That's the first time we've had pomegranate.
I think it is, yeah.
We've had a couple repeats, but that is the first time pomegranate. I like it. And then what about you as a person? While we still wait for him to unmute?
Me as a person, I don't know why my first instinct is to say kiwi.
Okay, that's fine.
But
go with it. Go with your gut. Yeah.
I'm going to say kiwi, and Journey will probably back me up on this, but it's because, I'm nice and fuzzy on the outside, but on the inside, I can actually be quite sour if someone's messing with my business or kind of disagreeing with the way we're trying to run things.
I like it.
Also,
I like it.
Really, really good answer, and another first. So I like it. Journey, did you by any chance get any opportunity to get time to speak with us? It's okay if you didn't, man. I get it. Trust me, I really actually get it.
He says it's still still connecting.
Brutal.
It is what it is. If we don't get a chance today, then we would love to have you guys come back with us in the near future for sure. To talk about a few more things. Obviously, you guys are going to grow and develop. I did want to ask one more thing before we kind of start wrapping up here. And that was with what you're doing right now, like you said, you're just vibing, you're just organically growing, you're just doing your thing, you're not really kind of pushing it, you're not marketing or whatever. And I kind of feel like, apart from, what me, Priest, Fizz, and Sir Ruggles do on Twitter and things like that, we're not really going full throttle into anything. I mean, for me, when you hear about everybody talking about bear market this, bear market that, I'm sitting here thinking, what bear market? Because I'm still having a lot of fun, doing what we're doing here, and like when everybody else is like kind of really freaking out, like I am genuinely sitting here going, what bear market? So I'm just wondering if you kind of get the same sort of vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's build market, right?
Yeah,
I think that's more what it is. Journey, are you there? Dang, I don't know what's going on, but we'll get it figured out, man. Don't even trip. Yeah, I see him unmuting. But I think bear market's really where there's no expectations for anything to blow up, for anything to get really big, really fast. And so it gives everybody kind of a chance to really settle into a routine, to make friends, and to build relationships. I think that there's tons of things to be doing in bear market to maximize your time. Part of which is DCAing it. But I think that, like, when it comes to the profitability of it, obviously there's some shortcomings, but you can really get into some communities and kind of find out who's still building, who's not. And if you believe in crypto now or at any other time in the past, like, that it's going to come back around. That there's going to be another time where people are bullish, and you're using this time to position yourself wisely.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. Just kind of float along with it for now, and build. That's the way I'm seeing it. Did you manage to get sorted there, Journey? I don't think we did.
Nah, you know what?
Okay.
I think that I know he would love to come on sometime as a guest too. So I'll connect you guys, and you can set that up. He's an incredible person, deserves his own time as well.
Well, no, that sounds like a fantastic idea, and we will do that for sure. And I'm sure a lot of other people will want to check that out as well. Make sure you guys head over to YouTube. I'm going to put the link once again into the chat so you guys can go over and check out VSN. Is it just on YouTube, or are you guys over on Twitch as well?
We're on Twitch as well. Yeah. We usually promote the Twitch side of things, but Twitch doesn't save the videos for too long. So all of our old episodes and past programming is on YouTube. But Twitch is kind of where we push people towards, at least until there's a Vibe stream service.
Okay, well, I've put out the link to YouTube for now. I'm sure people can find. I'll put your Twitter as well in the chat as well, so people can find you on Twitter. It's of course at LeGoat_crypto. You can go and find him, follow him on Twitter. And like I said, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here today. I think that in the interest of keeping with the theme and how we typically end our shows, we should absolutely do that, and that is with a positive affirmation. And just for everybody to fully understand as well, we are not finishing here. We're going to have a 15-minute break, and we are back with another guest, which is, of course, David Gokhshtein from Gokhshtein Media. So if maybe we could start with LeGoat. Sorry to put you on the spot. Maybe you could tell us a positive affirmation or something that positive that the viewers can or the listeners can go away with today for themselves. We've done the fruit question, B-Fizzle. I'm guessing that's Fizz. Hey Fizz, how you doing? We've done that question. It was a kiwi and a pomegranate, right?
Yes.
Basically today's 15-minute break is going to be our water break. So that's what's happening there. So make sure you go and get hydrated, of course. So a positive affirmation, if you would, LeGoat.
You can accomplish anything that you really set your mind to.
I like that. An oldie but a goodie, and it's one that rings true every single time. I like that. What about you, Priest?
So I don't have an affirmation for everybody. Sorry. I just have a little bit of unsolicited advice for LeGoat. I heard this advice from it was an elderly woman who pulled me aside when she found out I was getting married, and she told me I needed to do this. And it is my favorite moment from the day I got married. My wife and I were able to find some time between our ceremony and when pictures. We had about 5 minutes, and I don't remember the whole day. It becomes a blur, but those 5 minutes stand out, and you spend a lot of time and effort, putting together your time for the wedding, and I hope that you have the ability to find a little bit of time where you get to spend some time with your significant other as you are celebrating your day. I think it's the most important time that I found, and I'd love to credit the little old lady, but I really don't know her name, and so I think it's like it matters that much more. Is that like it was like a stranger's advice kind of a thing, that it was the best thing I've heard about a wedding. So I hope you're able to find that, and everybody out there, if you're young still, you haven't gotten married, plan for that. Is the you don't get a lot of moments with your significant other on your wedding day. You really don't. So cherish once again.
That's absolutely beautiful advice. I like that. So thanks again for LeGoat coming on today, and apologies, Journey, that we couldn't hear you today. We can organise that for another time. So now we are no problem.
Oh, there you go.
he came in there at the end.
Journey, you got an affirmation, bro?
What's that?
Do you have an affirmation?
A positive affirmation for the listeners.
Oh, positive affirmation for the listeners. Even when there's adversities or days that you think you can't, keep going. Inspiration is sporadic. Discipline is daily. Keep at it.
I like it.
Jesus.
Very nice. Yeah, we're definitely getting you on for a show in the near future, but I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut you guys off. Say goodbye, everybody. We're going to be going on our break now. Catch you guys later.
Bye.
All right.
Everybody, thank you for your time. It was appreciated, everybody.
All right.
Later.
someone said something stupid. Swipe right now, I'm watching what you did. Power down now, I'm at a disadvantage. But I think that it's worth it. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away. Mama used to say tomorrow never comes, so make the most, but I think I am done with today. Says, man, you gotta make an effort. Feel like all I do on earth is just say yes, sir. And when I tell people how they make me feel, they treat me like a leper. I put my headphones on, I play my favorite song. I go to sleep and try again. Mama used to try and tell me no man is an island, but I think I feel like drifting away.
Got a bottle of Patron and some lights off. Two red devil looking eyeballs. And I'm finna turn up when the night falls. If you hear a siren, then it's my fault. Jump in my whip, baby, let's ride. We ain't gonna stop at a red light. And I'ma take shots like a Tech 9. It's gonna get live. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money back. Everybody wanna know. If you're ready, let me know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go. I got a bottle of Grey Goose and ice cubes. Have a drink that'll put me in the right mood. 80 proof's gonna lower my IQ. And I've been the same way since high school. I look shorty right in her brown eyes. She about to take a trip to Cloud 9. I'm the man, baby, I get the crowd hype. I turn the cadence of a hook into a soundbite. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money back. Everybody wanna know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go. There's been something on my mind and it keeps hurting me. You've been treating me like I have been your enemy. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. Another one. You're a needle in my. No, I didn't see the signs, cause you kept hiding it. Now slowly every part of me is shivering. I kept denying all the pain and didn't want to hurt again. Now slowly I began to see the real you. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. Another one. You're a needle in my.
Dude, it's all good. I feel refreshed, man. You know, water breaks are so necessary.
How about you give us an introduction and tell us what we have to look forward to today?
Juice, if you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
A banana? All right. So, Regulus, if you could relate yourself or your project, whichever one you want to go with, to a fruit, which fruit would it be and why?
Okay, I'll go with the eagle first and banana.
Why a banana, bro?
Because every time I speak with Edge One, it feels like I'm feeling one more piece of that banana, and it keeps getting better and better.
That sounds so wrong.
That project is awesome. So every time you think you know it, you know everything about it, it just surprises you.
You're the kind of guy. You're the kind of guy that if you were sat in the same room, you'd be eating a banana and maintaining aggressive eye contact. That's the kind of
forcing the entire thing into his mouth at once.
Yeah.
I think the thing that we'll focus on this week is making sure that you stretch.
I don't know. I reckon a coconut, a green one.
A green coconut. Okay, we've had coconut before, but not a green one. Why?
I don't know, you got to go through the hard stuff before you can get to the good stuff. So
yeah, thanks for asking. I think I would say probably a mango is like a fruit that you think is like pretty good, but when you actually bite into it, you're like, oh, this is delicious and amazing. It's like I'm all about trying to make things fun, make things enjoyable, and maybe a little bit surprising. Like, you know, your own mentality can make such a big difference in your life, your positivity and stuff. And I really, really enjoy being in spaces with all the people here, the other spaces that I've been in, and learning from everybody. So I get really excited, and I hope other people do too.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We had ourselves a little bit of a water break there whilst we were waiting for the next guest to come along, who still isn't with us currently. He's a very busy guy, and I know he was.
His show's not done yet. So, like, he runs a daily show.
Yeah, that's right. I was just going to say.
End at 11:30, and you know, I respect that he lets his show finish when it's done, but I know he is committed to being here. He messaged me yesterday, so you know, we understand sometimes you can't stop a show when it's going on, right? Like, no matter what you try to do, you have to be understanding of making sure that the things happen, right? Like, I get it. He also has a lot of people, so you know, we'll let you guys into on some of our chats that we have after the podcast. So you know, we don't just, you know, dip off and go bye everybody and go away. We do kind of recap things, and we think this actually be a good opportunity for you guys to get a little bit of more behind the scenes kind of conversations we have while we wait for David. We're not going forever, you know, because that's part of life, because we all have things to do too. But you know, he's a really a wonderful opportunity for our program. So we appreciate everybody here for staying with us and being patient while we talk about some things, you know, what we'd like to try to do in the future. And what do you think, Andy? You want to keep doing that, or do you want to? Yeah.
Or what? Sorry, I've cut you off.
No, you're good. Or we could just, you know, have Ruggles come on and see what Ruggles wants to talk about too for a bit. I think one of the most fun parts of the pod is that we actually kind of enjoy our chats. I think one of the best parts of our group is that, like, I get to wake up in the morning, whether it's like 6 o'clock at my time or, you know, earlier than that, and there's always 15 or 20 messages between you and Ruggles going back and forth or even Fizz sometimes while he's up till God knows when. It just makes me laugh. I enjoy that we get to have like a really good camaraderie, and I don't think we get to show that as much on the podcast as we normally.
I think for me, I mean, obviously, like you said, you know, David has another show that's ongoing right now, and that's not finished, and it is what it is. You know, as most of you may be aware or may not be aware, David is the owner of Gokhshtein Media. So, of course, he has his own show and his own podcast and things like that. So that's ongoing right now. And that's obviously one of the things that we'll end up talking with David about if he is able to come on, which I think he probably will. It just might be a little bit late in that respect, so no problem. Let me in. I left the group. Andy is rugging me. So, Rugless, we will add you in just a second here, dude. But no, I just wanted to say, in terms of the camaraderie that you mentioned, it's like, it's like Fizz has his work ongoing, and that takes up an immense amount of his time. And then, obviously being a full-time dad for you is something that takes up a hell of a lot of your time as well. And then, everybody's got life, everybody's got things that they do that takes up the time. And I find it absolutely amazing. And obviously, Sir Rugless as well, you're very busy with everything because you're the G-man of crypto, the Nardwar of crypto, if you like. But, it's fascinating to see that everybody can kind of maintain that balance whilst notoriously being in all of the projects and knowing all of these things that you do. It just works. It just comes together really, really, really well. And one of the things that we want to do, and one of the things that we acknowledge is that, whilst we are putting together a lot of these shows and things like that, there's going to be some projects out there that, maybe might not be able to kind of get on when they want to get on. So we're planning potentially to do overtime shows like we're doing now, where projects will be able to come on and speak to us about their project in an overtime if they can't find that show. So if you are a project that wants to come on and do an AMA and you can't find the right time to do that, we are facilitating that for you all. So we're going to be expanding. I quite like the idea of doing different segments as well, just kind of switching up a little bit. I don't know how you feel about that, Priest.
So if I'm honest, I think the podcast itself is going to always be like free, right?
Oh, cut you off there as I was creating a new DM.
You let him in. We make our model to be here at this time, and we'll do it for free as long as you're willing to meet us halfway and doing it at this time, right? Special cases arise, right? Like, let's say, we're currently booked into October now, right? So
no, we're on to nearly November, I believe.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It went from I was talking to people the other day, and it was they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, we're middle of September, and then they're like, "Okay, whatever," and I'm like, "All right, well, it's gonna go really fast," and but we kind of recognize that there's podcasts that are gonna, or people want to come on the podcast, but they have a project that they have a deadline they're trying to fit into their schedule, right? For their launch cycle, for their marketing or whatever. Because you guys who listen, you guys listen all the time, right? You guys will share your day with us, and we really appreciate that, and we know that other people are looking to try to speak to you guys. So we're trying to figure out the best of this, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all volunteer work for us currently. So, we're trying to come up with ethical ways of monetizing, right? And I think that, I think that's a reasonable ask. It's pretty transparent, conversation with people, right? However, I think if we're gonna do that, I think, we have to make it, very clear that is a people, are sponsoring for that type of space, right? I think maybe there's no way that maybe it's part of a sponsoring package to cut the line almost. Right?
Yeah, so I mean, we already have cryptolamb.live/partners. So, for any projects that wish to, they can advertise on our site, have an advertising banner on the stream itself as well, and a few other things, and people can go and take a look at that. And of course, we will charge for that. But coming on the podcast, as you mentioned, is always going to be free unless you want to get an overtime spot. And stuff like that. So, like you said, trying to find ethical ways to monetize. But we also have cryptolamb.live/donate as well. So if you're a listener and you want to help us with donations or just to buy us a coffee, you can do so by donating. It's very, very easy to do.
Now, Andy, with the donations, right? We can take. We're taking crypto, right? Right? That's what I remember from the conversations. Because I'm gonna be honest, man. Like I do, we've had. Well, I'll be frank. I don't care. Right? Like I'm not. My costs for being part of the Crypto Clan podcast are not on the forefront of the list. Right? So like I don't really care as much as I probably should. So like, how are people donating, Andy? Because I've never asked that question. Right? Like, are they donating fiat or are they donating crypto?
So that's in crypto. Actually, it's in ETH.
Oh. Okay. Do we have the opportunity to potentially solicit for donations to be in other, chains other than ETH?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly
since we're being
something.
so multi-chain.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's something we can definitely do. I need to speak to the web developer about that. It's him that put it in place.
Andy, sorry, can we do it on one USDC? Because there's a ton of it that nobody's using.
Oh, controversial.
Not really.
No. No, I mean this in the best way. Straight up, if people donated one USDC to us, we'll fucking burn it. Okay, straight up.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll burn it. I don't care.
Absolutely.
Like, it's literally not worth anything. And even if it ends up becoming worth something, whatever. Burning it allows us to try to get closer to peg, right? Because once you get to like 70% of peg, it will trade as if it's freely again, whether it has backing or not, right? Like that's just how it's going to go.
We just need to put another proposal on our Armory recovery using CryptoLam show to recover the peg.
Yeah, so people can come along if they like what they want. Maybe we could actually incentivize that and do giveaways based on like if people send one USDT, and then like do giveaways for that and different incentives so that we can burn it.
Only way to get into giveaways for like, because I'll be honest, I've been talking to some projects trying to figure out how we can sponsor water breaks, because I think water breaks even of themselves is like kind of a meme thing. It's great, but actually we kind of need the opportunity to take like a 2 or 3 minute break within each hour, essentially, in my opinion, because like we cover so much. It is so dense. I think like we can use those opportunities for giveaways. So I have some projects that are willing to give away things during water breaks. So I think we can utilize that to incentivize that. But I think if we, I think we have to talk to the project specifically about utilizing that as part of our raffling mechanic. And realistically, I think it'd be a reasonable thing to do. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think that's a fantastic idea, and I think that's a really, really good way of doing it. I've just put Sir Rugless on the stream. In fact, I'm going to turn my camera off, so that the stream is now just Sir Rugless with the amazing piece of art that DJ Audio Static created for us, which is
just beautiful. You should make just an NFT part of this. Yeah.
I think
just make Audiotastic just create CryptoLam NFTs.
Well, one of the other ways that we were looking at potentially, monetizing was also to create a merch store. So that's something that's coming as well. And assuming that DJ Audio Static is happy to do that, I would quite love to have that on a t-shirt or a hoodie. So there's that we could do as well. But an NFT, CryptoLam NFT is it's a good idea, but at the same time, there would need to be a good idea for utility behind it. I wouldn't want to just create an NFT that people can just hold.
Yeah, it's easy, man. Basically, you just have to use all the guests that we are gonna have soon and see who does the best work faster.
Exactly.
Because we're gonna have easy tools pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
They make pretty good smart contracts on a lot of chains, and we already have the artists. Echelon already prints T-shirts. There's that too.
So whilst me and Priest take a little break here and go off into the world and do our thing, I'm sure he's busy with his daughter and there's other things going on and whatever. I think we're just going to leave the stream up with your face in the middle of the stream. So
please no.
welcome to the Sir Rugless on Average show. Good luck. Have all day right up until let's call it 5 hours. Have fun. Speak to you in a bit.
No.
David is actually to leave eventually, man.
David is going to be on. He'll probably be on in closer to like 12 minutes or so. We're working on the logistics right now for the call. So just so everyone understands, we have progress. So on that, but I think that it'd be a good idea to do something good, honestly. I'm always behind that. So realistically, if we can do that to help in any way, I'm interested. Rugless, you do all the comms for signing people up, other than me just adding people to the spreadsheet. So
one of the things that I don't know how you feel about it, Priest, and Rugless, but one of the things that I wanted to do, and it just kind of made me think there, looking at the picture behind your head, what if we did CryptoLam NFT that people could hold, and say, 5% of the income from that goes into a pot, 5% of the royalties from that goes into a pot for giveaways, and only giveaways, and we show the wallet, completely transparent, and that we use that for giveaways, right? To show that we're not exactly to show.
No. We don't want to issue an NFT with funding implications.
Well, the reason I was going to say that, and if you had it as a fixed price, it doesn't come under a lot of regulations. If you have it as something that can be auctioned, then you start having issues. But if it's a fixed price, like $5 or even $1, right? That money then we send to charity.
So I'm not saying that I'm opposed to setting that up with Mad NFT, where you can do the royalties specifically, so that gets done that way. I'm okay with that. I just don't want there to be any type of monetary gain for us issuing an NFT, because that is us funding our project. Right?
Yeah, no, I don't. No, I don't want to do that. I would prefer if something was going to happen like that, if we did raise any money, it would go instantaneously to charity, and then we could potentially have a vote on which charity that goes to, and have a different one, every month, or something along those lines. I would quite happily do that. People get to get a cool piece of artwork, but at the same time, we're doing our part for charity. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, that's something to discuss. Yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's something that we could do.
Yeah, because eventually we need to have entertainment. We need to give the people what they want. Everyone loves a good NFT with some good intentions behind it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And more specifically, we can have sections in the Discord that don't require access to your wallet from a bot, right? Like the gated NFT communities for people to be able to talk with each other within the communities is actually a really good idea. It's just and it is inherently insecure now, right? Who wants to have a wallet that they have to track specifically for access to a Discord that they want to be in, right? Because I'm not going to have that NFT in my main wallet, right? Because what happens if the Discord bot gets hacked, right? Is Discord the most secure company in the whole world? I'm not about that, right? The whole issue with the Web3 is people forget about the security aspect, which is and Andy, with your background, I understand that you are security has to be taken care of. So I just want to make sure before we get too far that we have a way around that. That's why I was kind of really excited about One Wallet, and not to shill the project that was just on, but
but it's perfect
in my own brain. No, that's what I want. That's what I outside of the Apple Pay.
I need my Android. I need my Android. I need my Android system. I don't care. They need an Android. I need an Android version.
Yo, you cheap bastard. I'll send you my old fucking iPhone, you bastard.
I hate iPhones. No, I don't hate them, but I don't like them.
Well, the thing is, there was an iPhone...
Hate is too strong.
There was an iPhone update pushed the other day, and they went on the news to talk about it. They were like, yeah, install this update. We've just found a glaringly horrible hole in our previous update that allows people to take over your device. And it's like, what? Okay.
What? Apple taking over people's devices? No, is that even possible?
No. It was an
Android phones don't have that, bro. Come on.
Right.
Come on. Yeah, let's be fair. Both sides of this are going to be at fault for security lapses.
Yeah, the same thing. It's the same thing. I just like the user interface of the Android, man. I really I don't like spending more than 250 euros for a fucking phone. So that's my limit. Fair. Because if I break it, and eventually I will, it's natural to me. I want to buy a new one, not to get worried that I'm gonna spend $1,000 on it. That's the part that confuses me.
Well,
So
I
that
mean,
makes-
for me, I'll be getting the Tesla phone when that's released. That's what I'll be going
Yeah,
for.
they're gonna have the best batteries, that's for sure.
Well, the best batteries, but also you can crypto mine on it as well.
Yeah, of course you can.
You can crypto mine on anything if you really wanted to try to, man. Like you could just run a browser on your phone.
No,
or
but
your
like,
iPad that-
but Tesla being able to
Don't
connect to
forget that
Starlink
the-
at the
the-
same
the-
time. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the Tesla phone is going to be so good that it's not going to work for like 2 years until it starts working again, and it's going to be very easy to repair, and it's going to be flawless.
Oof. Oh, and
It's
it's not
going to
gonna come
take
from
you
any
to
government
Mars,
funding.
man.
Yep, it's not going to come from any government funding,
No,
or
nothing.
any
Yeah.
mining wealth that may have been inherited. Not at all. Nope.
Yeah,
actually,
because
I'm gonna
it's
get that Solana phone. That's what I'm gonna do. Just
But
so I
then
can
again-
drop all my calls.
Yeah, but then again, what the gigantic company is, they all
I was going to say
they
is
all look to me like evil, like the guy from the mini me, you know.
yeah,
They
yeah,
all
yeah.
seem to me like all the same villain. They're every single one of them. They have the cult of personality. It's so funny to watch it.
I was going to say it's not like Google or Apple or Facebook or Twitter or Twitch or YouTube or anyone that you've
TikTok.
ever used at all does these things. You know, they're completely clean, legitimate, don't sell your data companies.
Yeah, like data. Who wants data? Jesus.
Yeah, no, nobody wants data. It doesn't happen.
No, that's the it's
So,
funny
let's
because
go
when
back
you
to
talk to
the
people that
sand
don't
then.
understand it, but yeah, let's go back to the other subject. Yeah, we're losing
no, the
myself.
data
I'm losing
privacy part,
myself.
No, yeah, I saved you. You're welcome. Let's go to San. Like the part that San talked about when Flu was on. That I'm not sure everyone was like quite as hyped as I was about. Like,
Oh
okay,
shit! I have a show in like 5 minutes.
yeah, that's what I thought, brother. The reason I'm bringing that up is like the data privacy aspect of being able to control your metadata is the single most important part of that project. So like if anyone out there doesn't really kind of understand the music part or they're like, yo, I love music, whatever. SAN is not a music project. SAN is a profitable project and a license. It will be whoever makes it will be the who privacy for your metadata. Controlling your metadata will be the most important thing moving forward, right? Like I'm not sure how many data nerds out there understand how much. Well, they know, but how many people who are not data nerds understand how much your metadata is accessible and searchable and usable by anyone.
Well, yeah, that's
Anonymized, but still.
So we've had to remove Sir Rugglas's face from the front of the stream as I was getting too many emails professing their love for the handsome, sod on there. So we've had to remove that for safety reasons. We are, of course, still currently waiting for David to come along. He is still coming. So if you have chosen to come and tune in so that you could check out the David Gokhshtein podcast, stick around with us. It is still going to happen. I don't know about you, Priest, but maybe let's go on and be right back for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, we can do a 5-minute break for sure.
Yeah, so we'll go on and be right back, just so we're not sitting here running out of things to talk about. We'll just go on and be right back for 5 minutes, and I'll have the music running just so that we can organise it. But it is in the process. He is coming, so just stand by, everybody. What were you going to say, Rugglas?
I'm out.
Oh, okay, dude. Well, thanks for dropping on for a couple of seconds, man. Catch you later. So yeah, like I said, we're going to go on and be right back here, and we will be another water break if you like. So stick with us, and we will have our scheduled guest with us very, 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 very soon. And I'm just trying to find the damn music that I usually use. I've lost the channel. I'm such a noob.
I kind of always like to point out that we all have our boomer moments with technology, no matter how long you've spent in technology, right? Like there's always something like, I am so dumb at this, right? Like for me, it's changing my MetaMask when I need to go between different chains, like, and I end up signing into a one site that like doesn't automatically switch it, and then like you gotta fucking reload it 4 times, and just like, God damn it. So like that's my boomer moment for the day. Is I hate that.
Happens to me all the time. The amount of times that I've had to, get to a point like with code when you hack code to make it work, it's like, good enough. It does the job.
All right, actual water break. Ready to go.
Give me something.
It was wild today.
Hey, how's it going? We are back and live. Thanks for everybody chilling out and waiting for us whilst we were getting everything sorted. We now have David with us. How are you, David?
I'm good. How's everything?
All good here, man. All good here. I was reading through quite a lot of your bio. What website was it? It's on the WashingtonElite.com. I was just kind of reading through a bio that you had on there, and I kind of realized that, you know, we're very similar in a lot of the things that we like and want to do in the sort of space that we're in. So I'm really keen to ask you a lot of questions and, you know, see where you're at and what you do, man.
Not a problem. I'm here for it.
So, for those who don't know, and if they don't know, they're not really in the space, to be perfectly honest with you, you know, tell everybody who you are, what you do, man.
Well, my name is David Gokhshtein. I am the founder and chairman and CEO of Gokhshtein Media. I guess I could just say founder and CEO, right? Makes it easier. But yes, I run Gokhshtein Media. We have been around since, I would say 2017, but the shirts say 2018, so I'll go with 2018, providing news about crypto, NFTs, and Web3 in general. And I've personally been in the space for a very long time, got into Bitcoin, forced into Bitcoin, and then obviously educated myself on it, and the rest is really history. I'm out here just trying to help people, you know, get into the space, and then they can go ahead and pick whatever they want. Like you won't find me here saying buy into anything. I'm here just to help educate people and give them a different option, one that'll maybe give them the opportunity that they're seeking.
And that's kind of a breath of fresh air, really, to see somebody who's got, you know, for lack of a better way of putting it, influential numbers, right? You know, in their following. It's better to see somebody saying, hey, you know, this is the education, this is what's going on, this is what you can learn and do and build and grow and all of that kind of stuff, without saying, here, buy this stuff and make me rich, you know? Which is something that, you know, I'm really more attuned to. We get a lot of projects and different people on here to talk about what they do rather than just saying, hey, buy this stuff. So, you know, I definitely prefer that.
Yeah, I feel that people should make their own decisions, not be forced into anything. And when I meant earlier by being forced into Bitcoin, my friend just bothered me nonstop, said, David, you got to look into this. This is something that you will love. And I just thought he was crazy. I thought, you know, the War of Warcrafts got to his head and stuff. So, but then, you know, I dived deep into it. I love the entire concept. And, you know, ever since I've been stuck in this industry. And yeah, again, just trying to dumb down the education for people so they can get in on the ground floor. Because most people that are coming in now that have some sort of interest in our industry, they don't understand code. And when we speak in code, I mean, like, you're going to have people just leave because nobody has time for that. We are in a society where it's all about instant gratification and nobody's ready to delay it.
No, it's true. I've got so many questions to ask you. I don't really know where to begin. But I guess I think the first thing is, like, what do you see as being the biggest barrier for people getting into crypto, and like, how would you see us kind of breaking that barrier, or at least making it easier for people?
We have too many. Can I cuss on here or no?
Yeah, no, go for it, man.
Yes.
Yeah, we have too many fucking people in here with big time egos that, you know, have I don't know, in the last 2 years have really developed this toxic attitude, and that aren't willing to reach out and help anybody who has questions about this space. So we have a situation, but I feel that it's curable. We have really intelligent people that just don't have the platform yet. And I am trying to provide that along with others to go ahead and have or allow their voices to be heard. But I think we do have a big problem with toxicity here. with one group claiming to be the end all and everything else being a scam and nothing but a scam, and people associated with it being a scammer, or anybody who buys into it being a scammer as well. So
yeah, no, I kind
And
of
I think you're referring to
Bitcoin maxis. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
They are the worst thing. The toxic maxis are the worst thing, or you know what, I should say maxis in general are the worst thing that can ever happen to, or that you can ever have in a project. But for the most part, Bitcoin maxis will hold rooms calling everything a scam and everybody a scam, including their mother. And somehow, even though they're not lawyers, nor have they ever worked for the SEC, they claim everything's a security because they read the Howey test.
Right. So yeah, no, this is the other thing as well. And I think it happens with pretty much anything on the internet, period, is, somebody will read one thing and become an expert on it, and that's another thing that just causes problems.
I'm still trying to figure out how to open a door and be an expert at that.
Right.
These guys have only been here 2 weeks in the space, and they're experts on Bitcoin, yet they have no clue how to code, nor do they run a node. So it's funny, the experts, that word should not be labeled onto anybody, because we are 5-10 years away from even ever classifying anybody within the space as an expert on it.
I absolutely agree. I mean, if somebody's, somebody can be, have a degree in economics or whatever and have a really good understanding of how the money flows and all of that kind of stuff. But it's like, when trying to predict the price of Bitcoin or anything else, it's like, you can apply a lot of things to that. You can apply the news. I think some people try to apply how they trade with Forex and things like that to Bitcoin and things like that. I mean, what for you makes it fundamentally more different from anything else when it comes to trading, for example?
Honestly, I don't trade. I just dollar cost average. I'm in a position in my life, or the way I see these crypto assets, especially Bitcoin, I see opening up doors and giving people an opportunity to finally be free. And for me, I don't have time on my hands to trade. Do I know how to read a chart? Absolutely. Do I have time to do it? No, I have absolutely no time to go ahead and look at a chart and try to run after an extra $50,000 to $100,000 per year. That might sound insane to people, but I'd rather DCA and play the long-term game. I'm a long-term investor. I look at it from a long-term standpoint, and for me, I really do believe that Bitcoin, no matter how people feel about it, Bitcoin itself, you can't hate it. It's just code, unless you're a developer or a dev, and then you can hate code. But at the end of the day, I feel that Bitcoin will open the doors and allow other protocols to enter along with it. Legitimate protocols, of course.
Yeah, I mean, dollar cost averaging is something that I learned way too late in the game. I threw so much money at it because I thought I was doing the right thing. I was kind of copying everybody else, but DCAing is the way in that respect. So what is the what is it about the tech that kind of draws you in?
I would say the philosophy around this entire space to me is you finally get to own your own money. And obviously we can get into the tech. I view Bitcoin differently. I don't know if you've ever been to any of my spaces or heard any of my podcasts, but for me, Bitcoin solves a monetary problem that we currently face, and then there's everything else. Ethereum, I think Ethereum is a hell of an ecosystem, and it has taught a lot of people on how to use money and how to appreciate money, and you see it within the ecosystem. And people are now gone away from saying US dollar to, oh, I paid 550 Ethereum for a CryptoPunk. I'm just using examples. Or then you have a VeChain, which is a necessary use case, which obviously Walmart and H&M and all the other partners believe the same. literally make sure that inventories, like just one of the use cases, inventories all in check. So we have a phenomenal industry in our hands, and we're still early, and I know that word is used a lot, but we are still early, and our innovators just need the ability to be allowed to continue to build without having, the SEC in their faces, not giving them clarity on the rules, on how they can go ahead and build dope shit in crypto.
So what led you to kind of, I'm curious, I'm genuinely curious from my standpoint, like what led you to kind of, going down the road, speaking on things like Fox and Sky and things like that to kind of like what made you wanted to kind of take the lead on that? Because when from somebody like my from my position watching you're like a leader in the space, if that makes sense. So how do you kind of view yourself when you're doing things like that?
I think we're all leaders. I just have a bigger mouth. Like I yap a lot, and I guess I'm heard. And when I go onto Fox News and whatever other channel invites me on, it's just like I'm not going to fit into their narrative. Period. They've done it a lot of times where they try to lead me into their narrative for that segment, and I won't do it. I will not go ahead and shit on Bitcoin. I won't shit on Dogecoin. I won't shit on any legitimate project. I will talk about it. I won't tell anybody to get into it because they've asked me plenty of times, and I again, do your research and figure it out if it fits you and your lifestyle kind of thing. But like I just want to be able to go out there and explain this stuff in layman's terms, just so people from around the world can, if it's just one person that I can go ahead and reach out to and that gets in, I consider that a win. So when I go on to Fox or whatever other mainstream media outlet, I'm just looking to just make sure that I can get my point across and at least get one person to go and look at this space and really see it for what it is and not the narratives that they put out there.
Yeah, right.
Because there's nothing good on mainstream. Like, look at mainstream media. Like, anything they report is like crypto's bad, crypto's bad, crypto's bad. There's nothing ever good reported from mainstream media.
Like, why do you think they do that? Because I think it's really important, like what you say, you got to stick to your guns. You got to stick to, if you have, your vision on something, your view of something, you need to stay true to that. Unless, of course, you're presented with some groundbreaking evidence that can, change that. Nobody likes cognitive dissonance, right? But stick to your guns and, really stick to your narrative. Like when they tried to pigeonhole you and tried to say, but crypto bad, crypto scam, whatever. Why do you think they actually do that?
Because the 1% owns them, and they have a narrative and they have an agenda. I mean, like the 1%, they don't want the regular person to have an opportunity. Like Bitcoin is an opportunity. Like crypto in general is an opportunity for people to finally find freedom. So like they essentially they don't want to see that. Then you lose the 9 to 5 worker. 9 to 9 now, because there's no longer 9 to 5, so it's 9 to 9. They need the working bee. And right now, if you look into the crypto industry and you study it, well, you're taking away that potentially their best workers. And this space, listen, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be successful here, but at least it's an opportunity that you haven't been given. So like the narrative is, let's shit on this place, shit on it hard, and make sure that people don't look into it. But yet, let's make sure that the BlackRocks and the Citadels and the Fidelities get in and have control of the space to when these people do get in 5 years from now.
I mean, it's kind of like... Sorry, dude. I was just going to say it's kind of like in my mind anyway. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I'm not an American. I'm from the UK. I live in Europe. But the way I see it, it's almost like how the American dream was portrayed, except it's global. And now, like you say, it's an opportunity for everybody to get that piece of the pie. But no guarantees. No.
Say that again. You cut up. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, like, in my mind, the way that you describe it is almost like a reinvention of the American dream. You know, that people can go and get, even though it's global, right? It's not just the US, it's global, and, you know, people can go after a slice of that pie, but there's no guarantees, you know, but that opportunity is there.
There's no guarantees in anything.
No, for sure.
And I think one thing that I always mention is, like, I think we sometimes think that the United States runs everything when it's not. It's, you know, this is a global thing, like you mentioned. So, you know, the United States has to get with this trend and stop acting like, you know, they run it, because there are plenty of places which are super acceptive of cryptocurrency, and they want, you know, innovators to come over to their country, because obviously, look, why not? If I can get somebody who's super talented to come over and build a dope protocol, you know, that's potential revenue for our country. So, like, the United States really needs to wake up. Congress really needs to pass bills to go ahead and just don't wait 5 years. Don't wait 10 years down the line like you did with the internet. Do it now and allow our innovators to stay here and not go to other countries, because it's a lot easier to leave now than it was 20 years ago. You're not carrying a Packard Bell that weighs 4,000 pounds to a different country, and it's pretty hard to find a computer, or I should even say internet access, by going to a different country 20 years ago. Now, pretty easy. You just take a notebook or even your iPhone, connect it remotely to your computer, and work on the beach while you're getting a tan. As for an opportunity, nothing's guaranteed. Like I said, nothing's guaranteed, but the opportunity is there, right? The opportunity to be comfortable, to own your own money, to be your own bank, it's there. It's there. And an opportunity to work within the industry, a brand new industry, it's there. So I really want to get, you know, everyone in, and I hope, well, not everybody's going to get in, but like as many people as possible to get in early rather than later.
Absolutely. Priest, I think you had something you wanted to say, dude.
You took parts of the words right out of my mouth. I was about to mention how, like, it enables people globally to have access to opportunities that were only available in developed countries previously, right? Like, you can be a brilliant person in a third world country and be able to have access now to the internet and be able to use blockchain to change the lives of not only where you are in the world, but change the lives of other people. And and by empowering those people, like, how many Einsteins did we miss because they were in a place where they could be fostered properly into the education part. So that you took it out of my mouth, Andy. I apologize. But Dave, when you talk about trying to help people, and you say you have trouble like opening a door, I think you're kind of downplaying your capabilities clearly. But what do you think about with changing legislation about the people who are currently in positions of power in, like, the United States with their age? Like, do we want people of that age to be able to be the ones putting in place legislation for things they don't understand?
I don't think it's age. I used to say the same thing. I used to say, oh, it's the age, right? But then, like, as you get more educated on topics, as you mature in life, it's not, when you look at this topic, it's like, it's not really age. It's more so, how long have they been there? So, like, most of these politicians are sitting in their seats for 30, 40 years. And they're associating themselves with the same people, and these are their friends, and they're going to help their friends before they help us. That's how I look at it. So should there be term limits? Absolutely. Because at that point, you won't have, the friendships that are developed. I'm not saying that, people won't develop friendships in 2 to 3 years, but I'm just saying you won't have these long-lasting, I owe it to this farm company, I owe it to, like, Exxon, or I owe it to Shell, or I owe it to JP Morgan to go ahead and give them something to make sure that this person doesn't compete with them, kind of thing. So I think term limits are definitely necessary, and we definitely need more people in Congress that know about technology. I mean, if you remember what happened to Mark Zuckerberg when he took the stand, or when he was subpoenaed and he went in front of Congress, and they, like, I'm not Mark Zuckerberg's biggest fan, but, like, the questions that they were throwing him, I mean, they didn't understand how the internet worked. So these are the people that are putting in laws, yet they have no clue how the internet works. You think they know how blockchain works? Absolutely not. They don't know how blockchain works. They know nothing about Bitcoin. They know nothing about Ethereum or anything else within this space. And these are the people that are making the rules, which is, it's a little bit crazy.
It's
that's like me not knowing. That's like me not knowing how to drive a car and teaching you how to drive one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like there should be people, if they're going to have a hearing in Congress or in any government in the world where they need to ask certain questions that are being put to them, they should have an expert, like a real expert, somebody who is qualified properly, or an industry leader to then go out and ask those questions and have, or at least create those questions so that they can ask the questions that need to be, rather than somebody who doesn't know anything about anything, apart from their own job, asking questions. It just makes it look very amateurish and, very, it's a bit farcical, I think is the better way of putting it. I remember the Zuckerberg thing very, very clearly, and it was farcical to watch, laughable to watch, absolutely.
Well, they do bring in people. They had Charles Hoskinson and Sam. Well, I think Sam has done a pretty good job. Sam from FTX. I don't know how it benefits crypto yet, but he's been, spending a lot of money, trying to, get these politicians to look at crypto differently. But you've had Charles, who I consider Charles from Cardano, to a smart guy, sit in front of Congress and try to educate them about this entire industry. But for me, it's more of it's more of a show. It's not really, they're not really interested. Like, they're just bringing it to say, like, we did this. When you bring somebody on to just say that, like, we did this, it's like that. I mean, just tell that person not to even show up.
It's hard to get people to understand things that they're getting paid to not understand, right? Like, they're fighting their own bags, right? Realistically, if they do the things that they're supposed to be doing, right? JP Morgan Chase is the one who are paying them money. So they're going to do the things that JP Morgan Chase wants and allow them at great entry points, right? Like, that's what you're talking about. The 1% controlling everything is they're controlling where their entry point is. They're coming into the market. They understand where the technology is going. It's how do we can protect ourselves and allow people that are not institutions in as well. So thank you for trying to help with that.
Appreciate it. If anybody thinks that BlackRock and Fidelity and Citadel have nothing to do with the market going down, I mean, just look deeper into it. I mean, just look at the timeline. Like, and by the way, market's going, retracing. It's healthy.
It's a very interesting thing to look at. Sorry for speaking over you there. It's like in Europe, you see, the cost of fuel going up, the cost of living going up. I'm sure it's the same over there as well, with everything going crazy. And it's like people are scrambling to find a rhyme or reason for all of this downturn, and a lot of people are failing to see where it's coming from. We're stuck in this system. So I feel like we were born into we were like, take the Matrix, I guess. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the Matrix, but it kind of can go ahead and I feel like it's a documentary, if anything, of the current state of the world. Yeah, this is a parallel I draw all the time. It's there's so many parallels that you can draw between what's happening now and the Matrix. I mean, the Wachowskis were just complete visionaries in the first place. Exactly, red pill, right? So Kevin Kellyus in Twitch chat said red pill, and that is the way it is. I think some people maybe do go to a little bit far into some of the theories that are out there. This is true, maybe because they enjoy going down that rabbit hole, but there is a lot of things that they're so close to the truth on, and it's a system of control. It's we could go on for weeks talking about how religion shaped control and so many of these other things as well, and you can venture into dangerous territory with some of that stuff, but it's, for the most part, a lot of it's true. It is a system of control, and crypto really does give people an opportunity to break free from that, and that's the danger, and that's why you see what's happening really, I think.
It's dangerous to have an open mind, right?
Yeah. And
So that's why would the governments want regular people like us having an open mind and being woke and seeing everything as it's playing out.
Exactly, and we've just seen what happens to Andrew Tate, right? It's
I just literally had a conversation. I did a YouTube video. Do I agree with everything that Andrew Tate says? No. But do I believe that he should have his platform taken away from him? I don't believe he should have his platform taken away from him. Just because I don't agree with somebody doesn't mean that they should have their platform taken away from them. And all we do is hear one side, and the other side is muted. It's that is, what do you learn? I can't even program myself to the current society if I'm not allowed to go ahead and speak to the other side. Freedom of speech is like, it's essential. It's super necessary to protect. The way I guess I can explain it from my side is like freedom of speech. The reason why I believe freedom of speech is super important, and that's what Bitcoin really provides, is freedom of speech too, or crypto in general. I'm not a Bitcoin maxi. I'm just a Bitcoiner who loves tech as well. But freedom of speech is important because it allows you to program your mind to the current society that we live in. If we shut that off, I don't know how to go about things in real life. I have to say IRL because like we're always on social media, right? But then you go into IRL and you need to figure out and know how to speak in the current spectrum. But by taking away freedom of speech, you really just, you see it on not TikTok, but you see it on Twitter a lot. My time, I just mentioned this in a chat. My entire Twitter feed has now gone less and less and less conservative, and it's literally all becoming lefty. What can I learn out of this? As a human being, still evolve. Like I'm 40 years old, but I still feel young. But what can I learn? Like what can I? We all continue to learn until the day that we die. But what can I learn if I only hear one side of the side of the aisle?
That's something that we've seen throughout history in so many different countries, especially through Europe and Asia and things like that. It's like, this is, a lot of people don't realize how important and how critical freedom of speech is to society, and it's all speech, whether it, even if it's hate speech, it's like, at the end of the day, if somebody's saying something horrible, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequence, right? But at the same time, people need, like, if they need to say something, then they should absolutely say it, and they should have, if it's not on a podcast like this or on the news or wherever it might be, it's like in London you have Speaker's Corner, where you can say literally anything you want to anyone, free from consequence, practically, and it's absolutely critical for those things to exist, because if you then remove the narrative or control it so only one demographic of people can speak, well, that's totalitarian, is it not? Or near enough?
I agree. And I appreciate those channels being available, those outlets. Like I have my podcast, which, I'm going to say whatever I want to say. And I don't mean to, and whatever I say, I'm not trying to purposely go, step over that line. Like, no, like, these things were talked about 20 years ago. I'm not a part of this PC culture. I'm not going to walk on eggshells, and I'm not trying to fit in. I'm just going to speak my mind, whether you like it or not. There's things that I do not agree with, and I will not be brainwashed into believing them.
And this is it. I was actually just looking at your profile, the media on your profile, and you've got one there that says most tweeters don't post replies like this, and you simply said "fuck the Bears," and it's like, even just having swearing in there, trying to soften people up, trying to say no, we can't speak bad, and all of that kind of stuff. It's just trying to control the way we speak, and going back to Andrew Tate, removing his stage, removing his platform to speak. Like you said, I don't agree with everything the guy says either. I think there's a lot of things that he says that are maybe out of turn. It's not my thing necessarily, but there is some things that you say, it could be right, I kind of agree with that. But at the same time, who is anybody? Who is, especially I think, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whoever, should have a duty to uphold freedom of speech and not censor it and remove his platform. It's absolutely ludicrous that I think, that they would do that. But, you see where the money flows.
He tells young men to go ahead and lift their ass up and go exercise. So I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Men should be exercising. Stop eating, fucking processed food. Why don't you go outside? Go outside, first of all, get some oxygen, touch some green, and go to the gym. Like, how about get fitting? Like, get fit. Don't be lazy.
Absolutely.
It's sitting on PlayStation 5 playing for the next 24 to 72 hours is not productive. Like, instead of ordering from Instacart or Uber Eats, or fucking walk. Or take a car and walk into the store and communicate with somebody. I mean, our whole society is fucked up right now.
It is, and it's like, one of the things that I absolutely, one of my passions anyway is psychology, and I've been learning a lot about cognitive behavioral therapy, and a lot of that is saying to people, or changing their way of thinking, and saying to people that the way that you're thinking is wrong. You need to change your way of thinking. If you're sitting at home playing the PlayStation 24/7 or any other console that's available 24/7 and not doing anything, and then blaming the world that there's no opportunity for you, you're the problem. You're the one that needs to get up off your ass and go out and make it happen. You need to go find opportunity and just make it happen. And that's the reality of it. So
nobody's going to give you a handout. It's you versus you.
Exactly.
Like, nobody's coming. Like, I know this is cliche, but nobody's coming to save you. Nobody. Zero. Nobody. What do you think? The checks that you get, the stimulus check that you might get from the government, that's going to save you? It's not going to save you. It's temporary relief. You need to, first of all, we have too many people that believe that they can be an entrepreneur but don't know what the fucking word stands for, or what it means to be an entrepreneur. What it means is you get out of your comfort zone, you're scared shitless, but you grind away, and you don't fit. It's not, and people think, oh, well, I failed. No, you didn't fail. You learned, and now you can get back on the horse and you can keep riding. Like, people, this society is the soft. I'm telling you, it grinds at me. This society now is soft as fuck. Period. We are soft. We don't say how we feel. We hold it inside because we have to fit in. Otherwise, God forbid, we say something that does not fit the narrative. It's frowned upon. You are literally put to the side, and you are labeled whatever it is that they go ahead and want to label you. But I'm a free thinker, and I think everybody should be the same way. Don't cross the line. Don't try to be sensational. But, like, hey, 20 years ago, it was okay to go ahead and say certain things. Now we're trying to cancel David Chappelle, who freaking is a comedian.
A damn good one at that.
So what? At what point are we? So we're getting to the point of what? We're going to cancel a comedian, so we're no longer going to laugh anymore? We're done with laughing?
This is just something that's happening way too often. It's happening with Ricky Gervais, Dave Chappelle, Jimmy Carr, a lot of these guys, and the funny thing is when they've done their Netflix specials, I know Ricky Gervais has and Jimmy Carr has, they've literally said, this next joke I'm going to say is going to end my career. They already know as soon as they say it, they're done. And sure enough, it happens, and that's the world we live in now, and I can't understand it. And the thing is, right, I'm not somebody who is intolerant of other people. I accept everybody as they are, plain and simple. If you want to be this or that, that's entirely your thing. I don't want to offend anyone, but I seen a TikTok video a while ago, and it's this young person on there with long nails, saying men should be submissive, and it's like, hold the fuck on a second here, right? When you've got people turning around and saying men, all men are all rapists, these feminists are saying all men are rapists, and then you end up with other men turning around saying men should be submissive and all this sort of stuff. That's okay, that's embraced on social media, but yet when somebody like Andrew Tate or even myself or you turn around and say no, absolutely not, or like to say it the way Jordan Peterson said, which I thought was a brilliant way of it. Be a monster. Be absolutely a monster, but learn how to control it. That resonates with me. But he's wrong for saying that. He was banned from Twitter.
I think Jordan Peterson saying that, I remember that. I think that was dope because you have to be a monster. You do, but just like he said, learn to control it.
Yeah.
It like Jordan Peterson's one of my favorite guys out there, and I know a lot of people don't agree with him, but you say feminist, and I actually, again, I had this conversation earlier today on a different podcast, and I'm like, well, we're we have feminists. Where were they when these? Well, I'll give you that example. There was a swimming event where there are a bunch of girls in the pool that are literally have competed and trained their entire lives to get to this moment. And then we have a dude who sucked at swimming in the men's league, but transfers over to the women's division and he wins. Where were the feminists?
Yeah, exactly. There was a UFC fight recently as well. Do you know the one I mean?
No, I don't. I heard, but I don't know which one in particular.
I can't remember the names, but there was a UFC fight. They took, I think they were two lightweight fighters, one male, one female. The fight lasted 2 minutes, and the winner of it was, of course, the male. And it's not that the female is bad at her sport, because in her division, in her against other females, she's brilliant, right? But that's the thing, and it's like the whole kind of PC thing. I'm a feminist at heart. There should absolutely be equality to a degree. There should absolutely be, if you're qualified to do a job, you should absolutely be paid the same, at that job, and
I agree
things
with
like
that. I agree with that.
And it's like that for me, like there shouldn't even be a question of whether it's male or female. If you're qualified for a position, you get paid for it, plain and simple, right? But it's at the same time, it's like, when you come down to the bare bones of it, and again, I'm glad we kind of segued onto this topic as well, because the same is like in crypto. I don't know if you're aware of us from before when I hit you up on Twitter, but we actually did a Women in Crypto segment, and we had brilliant talent from all over crypto on there. We had Ali Illustrated, who of course she's a model and sells her pictures as NFTs, but we also had Priya, who's also she's the CEO of her own company now, but she's a programmer, developer, all of that kind of stuff, and they're all really really good at what they do, and they're just as good as their male counterparts. So it's like things like that, in my opinion, should be normalized, and I always find it difficult to understand why it's not normalized, and then you get other people that just take it way too far. It's so bizarre to me how chaotic it all is right now in society.
Most women that I speak to don't want to be they don't want to be put into or pigeonholed into this circle of, I am a woman, so you must respect me within the space. No, they want to be in these on stage at these conferences, but not the ones that say, "Oh, this is a women's conference." No, they want to be a part of a conference that's unisex.
Yeah,
that they can come up there and speak with the boys because they can handle themselves. Like some of the smartest people in the space are the women in the space.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that.
The maturity aspect. Like, I'm not trying to, put down men in any way, but from a maturity standpoint, they're not out there sword fighting with each other. No, they're here for business.
I agree 100%, actually.
Just think about it. I'm not saying anything that's wrong. Like, anybody who hears this and wants to come after me, more than happy to. I have Teflon skin, so you're gonna waste your time, your energy, your oxygen. Just don't even it's worthless. But if you look at it though, we need more women in the space. I said this yesterday on my own podcast that's coming out. but like we need more women in this space because they're just a little bit more mature, and they're just focused on delivering a message. Most are delivering a message the right way. I'm not talking about the Instagram models. I'm talking about the ones that really know the ins and outs of the space.
Yeah. But that's the thing. They exist just as much as the men. And it's like, we had a very interesting comment from, I can't remember which one said it, which one of the ladies said it, but they said when they were in Twitter, they were talking about something that they had done, a piece of code they had written or a project they had written. And then they've got guys then, within these groups who are not project leads or developers, turning around saying, well, maybe you should do it like this, or maybe you should do it like that. And you end up with this kind of very strange kind of situation where, you can't be taken seriously as a female. I think that's part of the problem as well, where there's still a lot of guys out there that think, you're a woman, you can't do this, so that is something that needs to be addressed within the psyche of a lot of males, I think.
Which is, indeed ridiculous. But you know what? This topic, I think within this topic, there's never going to be a win, and it's always going to go in a circle. But I wish we can circle back to the way we operated about 20 years ago. Though I feel like women now have more of an opportunity to be successful now, in this current environment, I do wish we could bring back some of the groundwork that was built from years ago, because I have a hard time living in this current environment.
Yeah, it's definitely bizarre.
It's weird.
It's
what about the past are you trying to get back though, David? I get to stay home right now because my wife actually is empowered, makes more money than I did. So when, we had our daughter, I get to be the one to stay home with her. So I actually kind of would like to be able to only need one parent, right? And I think blockchain helps enable that. But I don't want to go back 20 years where, my wife wasn't making as much money as, or more than I was, right? Could you elaborate on that?
What I mean by that is the way we're allowed, back 20 years ago or 25 years ago, you were allowed to just, freedom of speech really meant you had the freedom to speak, right? And that's really what I sticking on. Now it's God forbid if you speak. There's rules on
George
freedom
Carlin.
of speech.
Somebody else
again,
saying that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I missed that you were here talking because of a plane overhead. I apologize. I was saying I miss George Carlin. You talk about comedians and how they have almost a sanctity of their job.
He was the GOAT.
Call out the things that are wrong, right? We could talk about goats and generations, but Carlin is the one that I think everyone who is in our age demographic kind of relates to, because he was calling out things that were wrong in 2000 that were really wrong and had been wrong for decades, that we're still dealing with now, that are problems in our society. And I would love to get back to when we could empower people to have that discourse in public, because we talk about First Amendment absolutism, right? If someone doesn't have an opportunity to say an opinion you don't agree with, how do you combat people who have that opinion if they're not able to talk it, right? How are you able to have that conversation? How many people might agree with some of what that person agrees with, but not everything, and don't understand there's other options available, right? So I would like to get back to that part. So I'm in.
Just sit down with my friends or my family members and actually be able to have a conversation about who I voted for. I don't remember, if you go ahead and run it back, I don't remember where you couldn't say who you voted for. If I tell you I voted for Trump, oh my God, you're a bad person. Why am I a bad person? We're not allowed to go ahead and say anything anymore. Me voting for whoever I voted for doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. I made a choice. I felt that was the right choice to make. And that's it. It should, and we can have a conversation about it. We can have a disagreement. We have a good debate, a good mature debate, and then we can agree to disagree, shake hands, and move on to the next topic. That doesn't happen anymore. You lose friends, family members, everybody over the one issue. I'm just giving you one example of who you voted
right.
for.
You're 100% right, and like some people do choose to sever relationships based on that, and like you can't make decisions through other people's lenses, and that's kind of like the issue that we have with the culture that we're building is like a lot of people frame your decisions through their own lens when realistically they don't know what your experience is, right? Like you vote in your best interest. If it's in your best interest to vote for someone because it's going to protect your bags, that's what you're going to do. Or if you think that you believe in their message, right? Like maybe it doesn't protect your bags. Maybe that's not what you care about. But if I don't know what you care about, how do I understand if I feel like you're making the right decision, right? Like it's not my decision to make.
You're hearing one side like you're hearing one side. Like I don't understand how you can learn anything when you hear one side. That is socialism.
Yeah, you need to have the whole picture, and this is something I always talk about a lot, especially within my previous careers as well. A lot of people will leap to a conclusion without hearing all the facts, and that's where a lot of things fuck up for sure.
Well, how do you know what Andrew Tate is saying when he's blocked off of every channel?
Yeah, you
even myself, I might not even like him, but how do I know what he's really bringing to the table when he's being his content is being taken down and all his platforms are being banned?
You don't, and that's the point. It's to control the narrative. It's to I don't know. Do you think it's like because people are so damn soft and people are so offended by everything nowadays? And the funny thing is, every single, maybe it's just my circle of friends, maybe it's my family that are just on the same wavelength, but every single person that I speak to outside of that group of friends or family, everybody agrees. I haven't actually met anyone, I don't think, that is that sensitive or whatever. These people seem to have popped out from nowhere.
Go onto Twitter and make a tweet about something that you really feel strong about, and see how many people agree with you then.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I'm not looking for everybody to obviously agree with an opinion. Healthy debate is part of normal society, but
there's no such thing anymore.
Well, it should be, should I say? But you're right, there is no such thing anymore. But I struggle because I don't think I've ever actually met any of these people. I mean, Priest, I don't know about you, or even David, have you ever actually met any of these people for real? That have. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre.
I was in NFT NYC. I was a speaker there. Obviously, after with the pandemic, with the restrictions being lifted, you can finally go to a conference. Like in real life, nobody's really approaching you and yelling at you like somebody's yelling at you on social media.
There's a lack of consequences in social media, right? Like if I go into your face, David, in New York, and I start yelling in your face, right? And I get like a New Yorker into your face, right? Like, and you know what I mean? I start yelling at you, like you're not going to stand for that, right? Because there's going to be consequences of that, and like no one should stand for that because like that's unacceptable behavior. But like we don't have what is a paradigm of what is acceptable behavior on social media because that's not the type of behavior that elicits response, and like we're incentivized in the wrong way. So like you're not upstanding gentlemen and upstanding like ladies and people who like do the right thing are not the people who become famous on social media because they're not polarizing. They're like your average dude, your neighbor Steve, right? Like Steve's an awesome dude and like makes awesome creations in his garage, but like do people really care about Steve? No, because he's not saying stupid shit on the internet. Which is like, right. Should you or should you not say stupid shit on the internet? Like, that's kind of like where we're caught in right now, right? I mean, myself.
I think that's the only reason why that's the only reason why people started following me in 2017 when I sat back. Well, I was on social media forever, but like, I only started engaging with the crowd in around 16, 17 on Twitter. And I have a big mouth and I speak freely. Like, I'm not playing in this game. I'm not stuck in this narrative. I'm woke and I say what I feel, and people started following me, but I wasn't doing it on purpose. But a lot of people are doing it on purpose because I'll tell you one thing, no matter how positive you are, no matter how much facts you lay down on the table, nobody cares about positive shit. Nobody goes to a NASCAR race to watch the whole entire race. They go there for the crashes.
That's true.
And that's what people want.
Yeah,
people want to see the crash.
Everybody loves the sensationalism. I mean, it sells, right? And that's what controls the narrative. Everybody loves the drama. Everybody loves the car wreck, like you say. It's like Vitalik's.
So let me ask you this question: what's the difference between Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate?
Not much, really. Not when you break it down. Andrew Tate is. I think Andrew Tate does. So you must know Richard Hart, right? He's
I had him on an interview.
Yeah, so I mean, like he's doing a lot of, hey, look at my Louis Vuitton, look at this, look at that, right? And he's an interesting guy. Some people like that, some people don't. Some people love the lifestyle stuff, some people don't, right? So Andrew Tate's kind of a mix of that, isn't he? He's like, I've got the 27 cars, I've got the Bugatti, I've got this, I've got that. But at the same time, I don't think he's saying that to necessarily say, look what I've got, all of you are poor people. I think he's just, this is you could do the same. And because him and his brother, they always talk about where they came from. So while some of their viewpoints might be controversial, at the same time, a lot of what they say is true. Jordan Peterson, where on the other hand, doesn't really do that. Jordan Peterson doesn't sit there and say, look how rich I am, look at my Bugatti. He doesn't do that. He just speaks facts. And the thing that I like about Jordan Peterson is that he talks a lot more about emotion, I think. And that's probably the biggest difference that I could draw between the two.
I think Jordan's just trying to express that, we need men.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really all he's trying to say is we need men. Somewhere down the line, we're trying to eliminate men and we're trying to make them super soft. Why? Look, he's not telling men to go out there and beat up people and be aggressive. He's just saying half of the things that are being done by men. And if you want to participate from the other side, then participate. You just don't want to do it. I've seen plenty of his videos, and I think he's on point.
Absolutely.
If you think remember the one where he was doing? There was a clip of him talking about bricklayers.
Yeah.
Well, if you think it's unfair when it comes to jobs, then come along and get hired and start helping out the men that are laying out the bricks.
Yeah, 95% of bricklayers are all men. It's like you want that equality in industry. What about that? What about the dangerous fields? Working on oil rigs. I don't see many women working on the oil rigs. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing, and it's like. Saying that men should absolutely talk about their emotions. This whole idea that men should just kind of suck everything up and not talk about it to their partner and stuff like that, I disagree with that because it's unhealthy. You need to still be a human being, right? But at the same time, it's like for certain situations, it's like I'm sure everybody's had a situation in their life, in real life, wherever, where they've had to just for lack of a better way of putting it, be a fucking man, right? And it's like, I had a situation where I was out on the weekend with my fiance, and some guy was in the bar. He's like, oh yeah, I know her. She used to be this. She used to be that. And it's like, I wanted to knock the guy's fucking head off. It's like people can't, turn over a leaf or change or move on from something. You've got to tar them with that brush permanently. And it's like, that instinct in me kicked off, because of that. And it's like you're seeing less and less of that these days, and everybody's just so damn offended, and it's bizarre. It's so bizarre to me.
Same here. I mean, I'm in agreement. Again, like I said, I feel like we've gotten so soft. It's okay. Look, it's okay for a man to cry, like the man up thing, right? Yeah, you should man up in terms of man up, go do, in terms of getting what you want. Man up, go get it. Set out, write down goals, go get them. It's not a freeway. There will be bumps in the road, literally, that you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to climb over them, crawl. But don't give up. But like if you feel like you had mentioned earlier, if you feel like you got to get something off your chest, it's okay. I don't think it's a bad thing for a man to cry.
But it's the
I
way
cried when my dad passed away.
it's the way it's
Does that
done,
make
though,
me any
isn't
less
it?
of a man?
No, absolutely not. But it's also the way it's done. Like, I mean, I love my motorcycle, right? I'm a motorcycle guy. And I watched this video of this guy. He just lost a friend of his like that, and he just put on his helmet, jumped on his bike, and he was just screaming his head off while he was riding through the roads. That's how he dealt with it. I think some of these guys that exactly right. That's what I think. But whereas you got some of these boys that are sitting on TikTok, crying because they just got called a name on Twitter or something. It's like,
oh my god. Half of them would never survive. If they had to go ahead and run my account for 1 week, they would not survive.
Absolutely not.
Do you know what I get called?
I
don't give a shit. I don't care.
Give us some examples.
I mean, like it's the whole book. I get called everything.
I really
racial slurs, all everything. I don't care. I used to care. You know why? Because I have a heart. I really do have a heart. I am a human being. I have a heart. I care about people. I really do care about people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't have started a media company. I wouldn't put out educational material. I wouldn't go onto spaces for free to go ahead and speak for 10 hours and try to get as many people as possible to go ahead and look into this direction of financial freedom. I get nothing out of it. So I do care. But at some point, these words, like, honestly, thank you, social media, because at some point you grow Teflon skin and it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like Superman getting shot with bullets. It just bounces off and it doesn't, that's why I say, like, guys, like after this podcast, if you have anything to say, it's to like really hold back because it's going to be really useless. You can't cancel somebody who can't be canceled. And what I mean by that is I'm going to show up every fucking day. So you're not going to be able to cancel me. I'm going to say what I want. And everybody should have that mindset. I'm not saying cross the line. I'm just saying be you.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. I mean, it's like, it's a really humbling thing to have you come on. You're a real dude. I mean, like, I've been doing a lot of reading about you the last couple of days because you're easily, like, in terms of numbers, you're the biggest guest that we've had on this show. Fact, right? So I've been kind of doing my research on you, and the more I read about you, the more I realized actually we have a hell of a lot in common. In terms of our viewpoint, how we see the world. And that's something that kind of took me back a little bit, right? So. Although it probably shouldn't be surprising considering we're in the same kind of we do the same kind of thing, if you remove the size factor from it, which doesn't really matter, right? Because
it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. So I just really want to say thank you for coming on. When I seen that tweet, I think Pre seen the tweet at the same time as me. He reached out to you on Twitter, and I DM'd you at kind of the same time. Really appreciate that. And if we ever kind of grow to that kind of size as well, I think we'll kind of take a leaf out of that book as well, and we'll continue to support the guys, regardless of numbers and things like that, because that's how it should be, right? And I think that's how crypto itself is going to grow more as well. As like people supporting each other.
I think, number one, thank you for having me on the show. Number two, the following count means nothing to me. I hate the word follower. They should replace it with like family or circle or something, which is, nobody should follow anybody. Just,
right.
You can be a part of somebody's, little circle here, and, we can go all help each other. I think I find I learn more from some of the smallest accounts than I do from some of the largest ones with blue check marks. It really doesn't mean anything just because you have a blue check mark and you have people that follow you. It doesn't mean that you're smart.
I think the danger with some of the guys that have got the blue check mark and some of the bigger guys, they've potentially got something to sell, right? So some of their, not all of them, but some of them, they're going to be pushing a certain narrative because it lines their pocket, I guess.
I think a lot of them, I'm not scared to say it. I've said it a lot. 95% of them don't reply to the community. They don't, the people that put them on the pedestal. Like, I know who put me on the pedestal. It's the community. Without the community, I'm nobody. No matter what message I'm trying to deliver, it wouldn't be delivered without the community taking interest. So, like, for me, I make it a habit to go out to the community, make myself available, because I just feel like I'm one of you guys. It's just that you guys look at a number and just eliminate that. I'm literally on the same wavelength, and we are all in it for the same reasons. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we are all here for the same reason.
Absolutely, I really appreciate that. So, and I get to know you more as a dude level. Clearly, you're from New York, so it's going to be Yankees, Mets, Jets, Giants, Knicks, Nets, or Islanders, Rangers, Devils. Pick your teams. Let us know. Let the people know.
A diehard Ranger fan, big time. Played hockey as well, so diehard Ranger fan. Don't like the Devils or Islanders. I despise them. The Knicks, obviously, that's my team. I've been suffering a long time watching the Knicks play, but I don't hop on bandwagons. So I actually don't hate the Nets though. Like, I'm not like a hater of the Nets, but the Knicks are my team. The Yankees, of course, but I'm not a bandwagon guy. I was there when Mattingly had a bad back, so
I feel you.
So yeah, the Yankees, and then you have the Giants, the New York Football Giants on my team, and they suck. So, like, again, yeah, the Rangers are my only hope right now.
Dude, yep.
The Rangers and you can say the Yankees right now. The Yankees are. I mean, I haven't looked at the stats lately, but I know that Judge is going crazy with his home runs. So I hope he gets up there into the 60s, maybe even 70.
So unfortunately, a conversation I can't dive into. You know, you're picking on the Brit over here. Like I'm
a huge football fan, though.
Oh, I don't do football either, man. That's not my thing. That was my dad's thing. You know, he was well in he supported a team called Everton. But it's not something. I was more of a. I'm more of a Formula One guy.
Nice. So, Lewis Hamilton or no?
Funny story, right? Before we go on to that, so Lewis Hamilton, right? Before I moved to where I am now in Spain, I lived in a small town in the UK, actually where the Mercedes Petronas team is based, and I got a job working in their kitchens. And this is only a few years ago. This was kind of like a stopgap job, if you like. And I was working in their kitchens, and Toto Wolff came in to basically chew out Lewis Hamilton. Because he basically tried to, he overtook his teammate just so that he could get that position, whereas it should be thinking as a team rather than just him, right? But, you know, there was a lot of drama behind the scenes that I got to see with that. It was really cool. And Mercedes team all the way, because that's where I come from.
It's crazy. I like Lewis Hamilton, though. I think he's good for the sport.
Absolutely.
Definitely good for the sport. I forgot the other guy I used to follow. He was I think he raced. Oh man, I forgot. It starts with an S. I always forget his name. He raced for Red Bull.
Vettel?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much.
Well,
but I liked him as well.
He retired. This is his last season. He's done.
Yeah.
No,
who's he racing with now? Is it Ferrari or no? Or am I wrong on that?
I haven't caught up with the latest recently because I've been too busy doing this, but as far as I know, he was still with Mercedes. No?
I haven't looked into him for a long time, but I know that he's retiring this year. But Hamilton's like my dude, man.
I'm a Mick Schumacher fan. I want to root for the son of the GOAT, so, you know.
Wow. Schumacher was great, man. Schumacher. There was a test that was done. Who has the fastest reflexes? And it was Wayne Gretzky, Schumacher, and Michael Jordan.
It makes sense.
Well, I was just
Schumacher
trying to
was
work out there. Mick Schumacher's next destination should be McLaren, according to Vettel. I'm just reading there as well. So, but yeah, no. It's sad what happened to Michael. I actually met him once. He was driving a Ferrari at the time along the road, and he went into a local bar there. I met him briefly before he had his unfortunate accident. But yeah, no, I've met a lot of them working and kind of being around that area. I grew up basically next to Silverstone track. So Bernie Eccleston, all of those guys, met them all. I loved being kind of in all of that. It's pretty cool.
That's dope though. Finally, I got into a podcast where we talked a little bit about sports. That something that's like close to home for me, man. I love sports.
I'm a Jet fan, dude. My life sucks, so like I kind of try to find where everybody else. I didn't like grow up and choose the Jets. My dad had season tickets in the old stadium. We were in section 103, so like I grew up like going to the games like 8 weekends a year. You know what I mean? So like I was indoctrinated into it. So it's just fun to see how people who try to change things have experienced like hardships through their fandom, right? Like you talk about how you're never leaving being a Knicks fan, right? Because like you can't, like, right? Like we've sucked forever. Why would I leave rooting for somebody who sucks if we ever turn it around, right? Like I think we might actually have some good leadership in charge for once, and we're all bros at heart, right? Whether it's a sports bro, crypto bro, whatever it is, like we all like the things we like, and generally there's a lot of overlap. And I think sometimes we forget that the people who make the technology that we all believe is the future are actually the same kind of people that we like, played pickup basketball with in high school, right? You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Sometimes I know I forget that.
So I agree with you 100%.
Just breaking this up a little bit. Kev Kellier says, just put in the chat as well, and I seen the tweet on this as well as it was posted. But Michael Saylor is being sued by AG Racine for tax evasion. That's
Michael Saylor.
Yeah, he's being sued for tax evasion. That's breaking now. Over the last hour.
What's your organization again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
AG, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. AG Racine?
Okay.
I don't even know.
Interesting. I don't know who that is. I would assume the tax evasion would be a country.
I was thinking that myself. Like, I mean, surely it would be IRS or something, no?
Well, the IRS would come after you for tax evasion.
Yeah.
Or the state or like your state tax authority, right? Or like if you have a local municipality, they could as well. Like if you were avoiding your New York City tax because you weren't, actually you were living in New York City, but like you actually, were saying you're living in upstate, you know what I mean? Like that would, they might come after you, but like, I don't know who that is. Kev, can you DM me that link, please?
I'm just trying to find something on Twitter about it because I seen it too.
While we're researching this, David, what did you think about Vitalik's huge dong? Like it was impossible to miss yesterday, and like my wife listens to the podcast, so like whatever. But like it was very clear that like I think somebody even released a freaking an NFT collection with about it. So what were your thoughts?
Honestly, I started laughing. I don't know if you see my tweet today, but I was like Vitalik this dude just dropped it on everybody.
I mean, is that real?
I mean, like most guys started questioning. I think they started questioning that, and then started questioning themselves.
yeah.
Here you think that like Vitalik is like this harmless fella, like he wears unicorn outfits and stuff, but now it's understandable why he wears things that are really loose.
Well, he's
and why he literally doesn't care about working out or anything like that. Why does he need to? He's like I made Ethereum and I look like this, and you're just like, oh, well, good luck, man. That's on you.
Yeah, right.
The silence that was heard throughout crypto was crazy. I actually had this conversation for the last 2 days. I was like, I couldn't stop talking about his junk. That's weird.
It is though,
Like,
right?
this
But
is-
bro's got to respect, right? I mean, if that's real, it's like, fair play, dude. Creative
You gotta
Ethereum,
find
and you got
somebody
to,
in Bitcoin. You got to find somebody in Bitcoin that can drop it like that.
right? It's like
Everybody got to stop. I mean, Richard Hart claims that he has a big, he claims that he has something the size of a Red Bull can.
Yo, he wore that $4,000 Gucci outfit in that picture, bro. It would have made you would have been unavoidable. You know what I mean? Like if you were really slanging it, like it would be there. You know what I mean? Like we've all changed in a locker room before. You know what I mean? Like it's unavoidable. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. You would see it. That was in fairness, that Gucci fit was a stylistic choice that I just can't understand. I don't understand why you would have a thing on your chest with a fanny pack, but like on your chest, I just don't get it. I mean, I get like maybe you're gonna get robbed and that's like the safest place for it, but I just don't understand.
I've said it to Richard. Like he doesn't need the clothing. Like he's a smart individual. Like, but the whole part of the thing with Richard Hart is that you might not believe he's a smart individual because of the clothing. Because of the
he is insanely brilliant, and this is the thing. Sorry to cut you off. I don't know if you're aware of my brother-in-law. You might be, you might not be. Keith Waring. I noticed that you did a podcast with BitBoy at some point. But my brother-in-law did an interview with BitBoy before he was a lot bigger than he is now. Stuff like that. So there is a kind of a link between all of us, weirdly. But basically. When he sacrificed, I think it was like it was a lot for the Hex and Pulse chain. I was saying to him when Richard started kind of posting all of these pictures of him in the in the Gucci, the Prada, the bags, and all of this kind of stuff, I couldn't help but think like a lot of people are maybe sitting there thinking because of the sacrifice and that thanks for the money, this is how I'm living now. Yeah.
Well, I think it disarms people, right? Like if you're really intelligent and you run something, a lot of people are intimidated by you, and then they can't have an actual conversation with you because they're so focused on what your title is that they're not able to connect with you as a person. I've had multiple bosses who have been like, be forward facing that would wear either a ridiculous tie, or this one dude wore white shoes. And I was like, dude, you look like a fucking weirdo. Why are you wearing white patent leather shoes into the office? And he was like, because you're more worried about my white shoes than you are about the conversations we have to have. And I'm just like, oh, you're playing like psychological games that I wasn't even on the level for at the time, right? So like I understand that aspect. I wasn't trying to like belittle his intelligence. I just don't like fashion. I meant more as like a dude. I just don't get it. Like, I'm wearing Under Armour shorts, an Under Armour long sleeve, and like, athleisure clothes. You know what I mean? Is how I roll. So that's more of where I was going.
I know that speaking to him, he was like, "This is the only way I'm going to get the attention." Because when I go ahead, when I wasn't doing this, nobody wanted to pay me any mind. So I guess this is what I have to do in order for people to go ahead and see me. Again, which brings us back to the point of, you have things to drop, you have knowledge, you have alpha. Yeah, nobody wants to listen to you. So I guess you got to go this route to be seen, which is sad.
And I think he actually tweeted about it as well. He actually said, am I doing this too much? I think it was something along those lines. But it's
to me, it sucks. It sucks.
It does, but it's what sells. It's like sex sells, fashion sells. The lifestyle stuff sells. It is the way it is. That's what people, kind of cling on to. At the end of the day, that's why, when people, like Richard Hart post these things, they get so much engagement. Whether it's people agreeing or disagreeing.
That's for sure. Listen, you need, like we've said this throughout this podcast, like you need the other side. You cannot have an opinion. You can't have an accurate opinion if you don't have the other side.
No, it has to be well-rounded.
It's impossible.
Correct. Has to be disagreement. Without
Trump not being like us not having the ability to listen to Donald Trump. That's bad.
It's yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's like, again, somebody who I maybe don't agree with everything that he says, but at the same time,
either.
no, but it's like,
don't either.
it opens discussion, doesn't it? It's like, okay, well, you say this, they say that, and then people will go out there and look and find out for themselves, and then you'll have people on both sides who can make up their own mind, I would hope. The issue comes when you have people that follow blindly. Those people, in my opinion, like they're the people that create more of the problem. Isn't necessarily the fact that they're following one guy and just believe everything they say. It's just like you end up with a whole group of these people, and that's when you end up with, I suppose it's the same as Bitcoin maxis, really, isn't it? Because they're not looking at the whole picture. They're just like, Bitcoin is the one, should replace everything, should replace gold, period. Rather than looking at all the facts and, making better judgment, I guess.
100%. I agree with that. But again, like I just want to make this clear. Like there's good and bad things about Trump. Everybody loved Trump, by the way. Everybody loved Trump before he became president.
Right.
Like he was in everybody's rap videos. Every hip hop video that you've seen, it had Donald Trump. A mention of Donald Trump. I think there was even a song made by Mac Miller. I might be wrong, but he made a song about Trump, I think.
And
So,
I
like,
think that's what happens when you go into public office, though, right? Like the scrutiny about all of your decisions becomes on a macro scale. And like you talk about the following of your family, right? Like as your family grows, right? Like the amount of attention that the people who disagree with you have to pick holes at all the things you've ever done. And that's why a lot of people will choose to not go for public office, right? Like I know I respect that you ran for public office, right? Like that shows a level of transparency that I'm like, nah, not interested. I want to affect change, but I'm not interested in being a politician. So like, I think that is kind of like why there might have been a sentiment change, right? Like, because you're right, there were. I'm sorry.
He's a business guy. So you put a business guy into office, like he's not a career politician. Like, you know how you sometimes call like people like, oh, he acts like a politician. No, this guy is like not a seasoned politician at all. Like he's in the White House tweeting about how ugly, what's her name is, that she looks like a pig. But yeah, he's saying this from the Oval Office. It's Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
He's like tweeting shots at, like, this is like that kind of stuff. I was like, yo, Trump, can you just shut up? Like for a second, can you just focus on the country? Like, but he was just like, again, he was different. Like it was super different than what we've had in the past. Like we didn't have presidents going on Twitter or social media just like going ape shit on somebody.
He said he said a lot of outspoken and very weird shit, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's like before he was really, fully into, his time as president, the parliament in the UK had already made the decision that he was absolutely not coming to the UK before he had even really done anything, because he sent a few tweets. And it's like, holy fuck. Like, I mean, it was obvious from the beginning that, certain powers that be were like, nah, we don't want this guy, and it's like, yeah, it's very strange. But then also, he did, he went on the Alex Jones show on InfoWars, didn't he? And, he spoke a lot to Alex Jones, and Alex Jones, one of the last questions that he asked before he was, before he became president was, please make sure that when you're in office, you expose any documents about UFOs and stuff like that. And I thought that was quite funny and lighthearted, and Trump just said, well, if there is, I'll release him. If there isn't, then I won't. And he was very reasonable about it. It wasn't sitting there going, yeah, no, I believe that shit too, and I'm going to expose everything. It was nothing like that. It was other people that made it about that. For the most part, you got to look at it for what it was. Trump was the first US president in history, I believe, to actually go to North Korea and shake hands with, the leader there, and kind of calm that shit down. And then there was a lot of things that he did for the good. And it's like, the way I see China and Russia, China especially want to just do business, right? They're quite happy doing business. They're quite happy keeping their economy the way it is, even though they have their way of living and controlling things over there. They want to do business. But now you're seeing it all flare up again. And it's very strange.
It is 100%. I agree with you.
So I just want to kind of jump in and update people on this Carl Racine thing. It's Carl Racine who's the Attorney General in Washington. So he is, they said, and I quote, "We're also suing his company, MicroStrategy, for conspiring to help him evade taxes he legally owes on hundreds of millions of dollars he's earned whilst living in D.C. It's the first lawsuit brought under DC's recently amended False Claims Act, encouraging whistleblowers to report residents who evade our tax laws by misrepresenting their residents, led by Jen Mandelson, Council of DC, unanimously updated the law and gave us enforcement authority. So Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy are being sued by the DC Attorney General.
Fuck them. Sorry, I mean, like, the great people, whatever, but if you're avoiding your taxes and you get caught, fuck them. Sorry, that's my opinion. Like, if you get caught doing stupid shit, you pay the consequences.
Yeah, stupid games, stupid prizes, right?
Exactly. I mean, if that's what he did, I mean, like, that would be damn, that really sucks.
That's a lot of money. Like, I mean this, like, I can't even fathom the amount of money that they would have having to pay, right? But, like, that is why I cannot stress to people enough. If you do well in your project, you do well, pay your goddamn taxes. Don't let the IRS be the one to come after you, because they will fuck you forever.
It makes a little bit more sense to me.
Official announcement. Today, we're suing Michael Saylor, a billionaire tech executive who has lived in the district for more than a decade but has never paid any DC income taxes, for tax fraud. We are also suing his company, MicroStrategies, for conspiring to help him evade taxes he legally owes on hundreds of millions of dollars he's earned while living in D.C. It's the first lawsuit brought under D.C.'s recent amended False Claim Act, ensuring whistleblowers to report residents who evade our tax laws by misrepresenting their residents. Led by the Council of D.C., unanimously updated the law and gave us enforcement authority. With this lawsuit, we're putting residents and employees or employers on notice that if you enjoy all the benefits of living in our great city while refusing to pay your fair share in taxes, we will hold you accountable.
So is it possible, like, I don't know how it works in the United States for taxes and things like that, right? But, like, me being where I am, like, I can still, I would pay taxes on where the jurisdiction of what I do is based. So I could still technically pay taxes to the UK, for example. So, I mean, is it that he's paying taxes to the wrong location that he thought was the right location? Or is it that he's completely evaded it altogether?
I would say that the announcement doesn't delineate that, but I would assume it's the second, right? They're obfuscating where his primary residence was. And by implicating the company, it means that the company said, oh, yeah, we'll help you with that. Like, and it could have been some dude who was just helping Michael as like a friend. Like, oh, yeah, we'll help you with that, man. Don't worry about it. I know what you got to do, right? Like, innocuously being nice. And then, some person found out and it was like, wait, you're not paying your taxes in DC and you live there, though. And, like, that's what happens when you have a big circle of family, right? People find out your secrets. That's tough, man. That's a lot of money.
When you're in the public eye, like, especially right now that he's in the public eye, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he talked about how Bitcoin was the way to do that, right? Didn't he say, like, Bitcoin is the future? So, like, was he actually claiming Bitcoin as a... Like, that's why, I was approached by an organization to talk about, like, do I think that them doing a specific action would mean that the thing they create is a security or not? And I'm like, oh, bro, do not ask me that fucking question. Like, I do not want to answer that. Like, because, like, we need to know, like, what they're attacking, like, what vector of obfuscation they're using to attack that strategy, right? Like, because that's really important for everybody. Which sucks, right? Like, it really sucks what's happening because he's in the public eye, like, especially after leaving MicroStrategy and then talking about how his next company is going to be focused on Bitcoin and everything. And now this. So, like, I don't know. I'm pretty, this is pretty interesting.
It seems to me that his exit from MicroStrategy makes a little bit more sense now if he knew that he was already going to be, or if he knew that this was coming, if you think about it.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's possible, plausible. It doesn't mean it's fact, but like it just like his distancing himself from MicroStrategy kind of gives them a better chance of survival. Although, maybe he thought that the lawsuit was just coming to him and not MicroStrategy, but now we know it's to both. So yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's like they at the end of the day they got McAfee before he died. Obviously, not all of that was to do with crypto, but he owed a lot to the US, and he was bouncing around all over the world and ended up in Spain before he was finally arrested. His body is actually still in the mortuary in Spain, by the way, hasn't been released. Very, very weird. But yeah, pay your taxes, folks.
The government will get you,
right?
I don't want them to. I would love for their terrible currencies to collapse when they're not actually supported by anything. But I digress. They will still get their share, unfortunately. Just go to a place where you don't have to worry about giving them your share.
Death and taxes, right?
I mean, Portugal has some awesome laws, right? I think I've heard that said before in a couple spaces that they had really favorable tax laws for cryptocurrency companies to help incubate and allow those businesses to grow and have some brain power kind of move there. They have some amazing beaches, it's amazing weather, but the economies in Portugal outside of blockchain are kind of actually not that great. Not that vibrant. So that's great to see that there are countries leading that way out. David, do you know any other countries that would be highly receptive to people who are potentially now with tax issues? not to absolve tax issues.
Yeah, I'm in New York. Here's I pay my here you go, man. Does anybody want to pay taxes? No, but listen, the rules are rules, and pay them. Seriously, you know what I honestly think about? Just send the bill over. Send the bill. You know how much we owe. Just send the bill.
Right? Yeah. Don't dance around it.
And I have that for me.
Honestly, I think some people just don't know how to do taxes in general. So a lot of people aren't really good with economics, because you don't learn that in school to begin with, and finances. People are terrible with it. So unless you've had somebody in your household that literally knows a thing or two about finances, you're most likely going to end up in debt, like a lot of people do. So this whole thing about I don't believe people want to dance around taxes or do anything stupid. I think a lot of people just don't know how to do taxes. Maybe some don't have money to just shell out for. Listen, I know it's crazy because some people will say, well, it's only $200, $300. But maybe, $200, $300 is a lot for one person. And they won't go to
absolutely can be.
So it sucks. It really sucks. And that's why I say just send the bill. Send the bill, and then now you can take the bill and take it to a CPA and see, ask the CPA if it's right and if there needs to be any adjustments. This whole guessing game though, and the ring around the rosy thing, that's nuts.
Yeah,
it's just giving you the opportunity to hang yourself, right? They're like, "No, I know exactly how much you owe. You should know too. I'm not going to teach you how to figure it out."
You know how hard it is to go ahead and do crypto taxes?
Yes, it's fucking insane.
It's crazy. It's literally crazy. You think, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for everybody else, but nobody should. I'm not trying to avoid it. If anything, I'm trying to understand it.
It's a funny thing. I really want to understand how taxation for crypto works properly where I live, but they deliberately make it as complicated as possible so that you don't. And then they can get you on various other things. But my take on it is they make it that way because they want people to slip up so that they can take them for everything. It's the way it works. They make it as complicated as law, right? So it's when it comes down to it, it's certain legal regulations that have come in Europe when it comes to promotion of projects or selling certain things, whether it's IDOs or NFTs or whatever it might be. And it's for example, where I am in the south of Spain, if I promote anything, if I was over 50,000 followers on any platform and I promote something on that platform, I have to give the Spanish government 10 days notice before I do so. And it has to fall within a certain category of what they allow me to promote as well. And if I don't, they can give me a fine of up to nearly €500,000 and potential jail time for doing that. And my response to that, I mean, I'm not promoting anything anyway. I'll talk with a lot of different projects, and I'll say that I'm looking at an NFT or something like that, but I never really promote anything. I'm certainly not paid to promote anything. So it's like I as far as I'm concerned, I'm out with that regulation. I don't need to conform to that. But even if like I created my own project and I promoted it or whatever, and they tried to get me on that, it's a case of, arrest me. Because it's some of these laws are just insane. They're ridiculous. In my opinion. But when it comes to taxes, if it's for the good of your community, your country, you're paying for, again, I don't know the full extent of it in the US, but you're paying for, police, you're paying for sanitation, you're paying, for all of these different things. I know in the UK, you're paying for the NHS as well, for your healthcare, all that kind of stuff. And everybody in society, it doesn't matter if they're, doing brilliantly or they're not doing so brilliantly. If you have to pay tax, you're eligible to pay tax, then pay it. But at the same time, I won't be restricted by.
You're making good money. If you're making good money, like I forgot who told me this. If you're making good money, then if you're getting taxed a lot, then that means that you're making good money. So be happy. Just learn how to save. I mean, does anybody like taxes? No. Does anybody want to pay? Half of you work so hard and then you have to give up half to the city. Like, is it fair? No, but it is what it is.
Did you hear about the guy? Did you hear about the guy who won $1.2 billion and after taxes took up $433 million, and the IRS got $800+ million in taxes? Like, wow,
that's horrific.
Well, no, the $1.2 billion only if you take the 26 year payout, right? Like the cash payout's always less than the total. So like the cash payout was probably closer to 6 or 7, and they paid probably 300 million in taxes. Because if you take they never advertise the cash payout. The cash payout's always less. You have to like look at the fucking lottery ticket. If you like the number on the top of the lottery ticket is always for the annual payouts.
Yeah, I just, maybe they took a little bit too much. But at the same time, that's still $400 million he didn't have before. So, like, is what it is.
I think the issue people have with paying the taxes is they have an issue with where the tax dollars are going. Like, because of things they care about, they're not able to put their tax dollars to. I think, like, that blockchain could help with that, like, on a political scale, right? Like, if you were able to, like, hey, if all these dollars that you give go directly to this one smart contract that goes directly to the people who like, take care of the fucking roads. Cause I don't want to hit a pothole every time I go to my house. Right. Like that kind of stuff. I think like that might be a way to take what the issues are and implement some of the technology we have. But I don't know, like smarter people than me are working on that shit. I just ask people questions.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's going towards infrastructure for society, I don't think too many people would have a problem with that. But when you see bankers taking millions upon millions upon millions in bonuses for doing nothing, then that's where people get disheartened, right? It's like, what are we paying for half the time? So yeah, I think you're right with that. That's the main thing. But still, it is what it is. You got to pay your taxes. How much time do you have left available, David?
I got 5 minutes.
You still got a few minutes? That's cool. So, all right. Well, look, I mean, we always ask a question for every project, every individual that comes on this show, and it's only appropriate that you get the same question. To be honest, Priest, did you want to take this one, or can I take it?
All you, brother.
Awesome. All right. So the question is a very simple question. If you were to compare yourself as an individual, or maybe Gokhshtein Media as a whole, to a fruit, what fruit would it be and why?
Holy shit! I don't even know. I was gonna say something funny.
Best question ever.
Yeah, this is wow. That's a good one. I'm gonna ask this on my podcast. I guess Fucking a peach? I don't know. It just randomly fucking in my head. I was just like peach. I don't know. Peach.
The ones from the heart are the best answers. So peach is great, but why?
Yeah, I mean, dig deep.
Because we're so sweet.
Cheesy.
Come on, man. That was a cop out.
I don't fucking know. Peach, a peach, but like I don't know. Like peach is like, yes, a peach because we're so sweet. No, we're not sweet.
Do you know what? Do you know what I fucking love about that response, David? Like the fact that you fucking talk for a living on not just like social media, but also mainstream media as well. And we throw you one question, and you're like, "Fuck, I don't know."
Yeah, that's a fucking stumper, bro. Like,
I love it.
Like,
I love it.
You were, yeah, the good one though. The good one. Listen.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Fucking stumper.
And thank you for your time. We appreciate you being able to give so much of it.
Really appreciate you for coming on, man. Thanks for responding to that tweet. You know, I thought to myself, I'm going to call this bastard on his bluff and, you know, see if he comes on, and you did. So, you know, much respect to you, man. I really appreciate that.
When I say something, I'm going to do it. I mean, just
yeah,
that's
no.
who I am. I just hope I get invited back. That's really it.
Oh, absolutely. Of course.
Obviously, you guys are just like, you know, listen, you guys got the right vibe, though. Like, you do got the right vibe. Like, this is one of the most, you know, I go into a lot of podcasts, and they're just, you're just answering, when did you get into Bitcoin? Really?
I want to keep it.
Did you not research who I am? Like, kind of like, not like I'm anybody. I'm just saying, like, I have a bunch of material out there. Like, you can see when I got into Bitcoin.
I try to research people as much as I can, but if you're just sitting there, you know, allowing somebody to just kind of sit on a podcast and just exercise mental masturbation, you know, and it's like, you know, tell us all about you, tell us all about what you do, and just tell us everything about you. I don't know, maybe some people do like that, but I find that inherently boring. You know, I think it's better, you know, if you can just have a conversation, a normal conversation with people. Like, we've spoken about Bitcoin, we've spoken about other things. We seem to be very like-minded in that, you know, in that respect, like we said, you know, and it's like, I think that's far more entertaining and better for people to listen to, just having a normal conversation. Doesn't matter who it is. I'm almost certain that even if we had you know, former president of the United States Barack Obama on here, it would be the same. We would just have a normal conversation. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my god, it's David Gokhshtein, holy shit, you know. It's like, because it's just exactly, it's abnormal to be like that, I think. So, you know, I really appreciate you, and, you know, thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure. I know Priest was, you know, just as excited to have you on as I was. And we'll definitely have you back again.
Didn't sound like it.
What?
Did you even talk in this podcast?
Bro, all right. So, you know, I have a 5-month-old baby. So, like, my wife was being really awesome, and I try really hard to learn not to talk over people, right? Like, coming from New York, you really have to, like, you know, make sure that you can forcefully get your words out. I have a ton to say, but, like, sometimes you say things in like with sarcasm, or with, like, you know, a level of informality with people that you assume you have, and it's not there. And I kind of like forget that. So, like, I just kind of automatically assume that everyone's a bro, and I just kind of, like, you know, treat them as if they're a bro. So sometimes you know, you were saying a lot of good stuff. I didn't have anything to add. I just gotta be real quiet. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Happy that, like, this wasn't going to be one of those interviews where, like, I know, like, sometimes it's like people don't expect me to say the shit that I've said, but, like, that's who I am. Like, I hate, like, honestly, I hate going on to podcasts that are just like so fucking generic. Like, can we have a fucking conversation? Let's have a conversation. That's what, like, I'm not trying to plug I'm not even going to announce what my podcast, what time it comes out, what the name is. Like, you can find me if you really want to find the podcast, but, like, I just have conversations. Like, I'm not into this whole interview, I got you shit. Like, I know, I just want a fucking conversation. Let's be honest about this conversation, and let me see if I can learn something from it.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Absolutely.
That's all I want.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we want too. That's exactly what we want. You know, obviously, like, I mean, what we try to do is if there's projects out there that that want to do an AMA or promote what they're doing, that's cool. But most of the time we do like 5 minutes of the AMA and then we just start talking about everything else in the universe. And I think that makes it better. And we've already started to gain a little bit of a cult following for our channel as well. And that's what I want. I want to create a family. Like you said, it's not about followers, right? It's an ugly word. You want to create a community of, a family of like-minded people. That's what I prefer.
I'm just surprised that your podcast is not on the G Media Network. That's what I'm surprised about.
I mean, we could hook that
I
up.
mean, there are always conversations for that kind of stuff. Absolutely.
Right.
We.
Well, I mean, at the same time, there's no reason that Gokhshtein Media can't be a part of the Crypto Lamb Network. I'm just saying.
Here we go. The negotiations begin, fellas.
I like it. I like it. And David, trust me, when you come on again, I will be significantly more comfortable. I don't want to say starstruck, but like when in New York, you meet another New Yorker in a crypto space, you kind of have to like learn a little bit about what kind of New Yorker they actually are before you can kind of understand if you can relate to them, who they are as a person or not. Like, there's people who lived in certain neighborhoods in New York where you're like, okay, like you don't understand like a regular person though, because like the Upper East Side is not where real people live. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to ask things that they would dox you in person, but like, both my parents grew up in Queens and like I grew up upstate technically, but like, I went to a college that was in the city. So, I understand, but I'm very excited to be able to talk with you more and next time you come on and we can nerd out about some sports stuff specifically now that I know which teams you like, because, I don't root against the Giants. I just am a Jets fan, right? Like I don't root against the Mets, but I'm a Yankee fan. Yeah, so like we relate on a lot of that stuff. Although I'm a Ranger fan, I don't like the Nevilles and I don't like the Islanders. I hate the Islanders actually. I'm not from Strong Island. I don't care. I'll die on that hill as well. So I appreciate that. So like minds.
Nice.
No doubt. I'll keep my eyes open to you guys inviting me back on here. For real, this is a chilled out podcast. I like it, man.
That'd be
Thank
awesome,
you.
man. We'd love to have you back for sure. We're going to do the outro now, but typically what we do, David, if you don't mind, is we normally ask people right at the end of the show to kind of give the people listening for now or in the future a positive affirmation or just something, that they can take with them, an inspirational quote perhaps. If you could maybe do that. And Priest, I know you've already done one today, but if you could maybe find another one, that would be much appreciated. And I'll get the outro stuff ready to rock. Thanks again, David. You're absolutely a legend, man. And look forward to having you back on again in the future.
Inspirational quote. There was one that had me thinking. I saw it, and it was I think it was, I'm gonna butcher it, but it was something like, fuck. It was this. If you think the cost of winning is high, just wait until you get the bill for regret.
Ooh.
I like that.
Yeah, I love that.
So that's a quote for all the people out there, because one day you're going to be 70, 80 years old and you're going to look back at your life, and I'm sure you're going to have regrets. So make sure that you do everything possible to have less regrets while you're sitting in that nursing home and, wobbling your cane at somebody.
I love that.
Do you have anything else for us, Priest?
Of course, always. Honestly, shoot your shot, right? Be every kind of sales platitude of, be comfortable being uncomfortable. If we didn't ask, David wouldn't have been here, right? And you can't make connections or have conversations with people that you're not willing to be the one to initiate that kind of conversation. And that's really kind of normal for people from the Northeast to be willing to initiate those kind of conversations, especially in the US. But that's not everywhere. So like, if you don't have that skill, try to learn that one, making eye contact when you shake hands, all that kind of fun stuff.
I like that. You know, I'm gonna throw in a quote for that today, and I think that's going to tie in a little bit to the quote that both of you said, and that is, "The universe will pay you what you ask it to." Yeah, I'm going to stay with that one. So, yeah, thanks again, David. Absolute legend. Thanks, Priest, for co-hosting with me today, man. Say your goodbyes, everybody, and then we'll sign off.
Peace out, everybody. Have a good one, man. Don't get down. Keep grinding.
Awesome.